I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sardra is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempeспhere and Zazan, and in the end I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said, it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. just do your best. And you know, it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything. So it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Vanguard Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I taught all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so well, it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format, and yeah, we tried many days. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot. And I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019, and so my first event was BSF France 2019, and well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event, so I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year, and then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group to travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent, you only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Welcome back, everyone. This is week 2 of Bushiroad 2021, and this week it's a pretty interesting week. We've got our casters back, right? I'm Kai, and to my left is Leon. You lead it off.
Hello, it's me, Leon, and for some of you may know, I'm from CBGS. I'm the in-house Dragon Empire player, and moving on to next is Amma.
Hi there, thank you so much, Leon. Alright, you guys know me as Prof A. I'm from CDG. It's good to be back, everyone. I'm excited for this format right here.
It's good. It's good to see you excited, guys, because I'm sure we're gonna have some very, very exciting games. So yeah, let's all strap ourselves in, get our drinks, and get ready.
Let's get energized. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Get that energy rolling. First off, though, let's talk about the format. This week we have V Premium, and last week we had Premium. It was great. Lots of people joined. This week a lot of people joined too, which is also a very good sign. It is a 2-day format. So today we're gonna just do the Swiss, and then tomorrow, same time, same place, we will be doing the top 8. So make sure you guys all come back and see what wins, right? Amar, over to you.
Alright, so everyone, you know it, you know. Since last week, we've been giving you or bringing you, action-packed weekends. We've had Premium last week, intense, but for today, let's focus on it, This weekend, we bring you V Premium, Day 1 Swiss, Day 2, we have top 8 in itself. Don't miss it, guys. You gotta watch the Swiss rounds, and then definitely the top 8 is where we're looking at. But of course, it's not over from just this weekend. On week 3, we're bringing in more Vanguard Standard, Cardfight Overdressed. If you guys are watching the anime, you gotta wanna know what's the meta, the in thing. You gotta play with it. January 8, so mark it on your calendars for next year's, guys. Swiss round on January 8, and January 9 we have the top Swiss cut. But it doesn't end just there. Why? Because we have week number 4. Week 4, we're bringing you all Weiss Schwarz. January 15 we got the Swiss round. January 16 we got the top cut. So we have a lot of spicy things. But what's in it, for the competitors? We have Leon here to talk about the prizes. Take it away, Leon.
Thank you very much, Amma. Okay, so today, what the players will be fighting for will be the top 4 places. Number 4 will have the certification. Third place will get one winner PR, which is the Chronojet Dragon. Okay, along with one booster display, which is the Clan Collection Volume 3 that's releasing in March. Then second place will be 2 winners PR for the Chronojet Dragon, as well as the Clan Collection. Finally, first place will be the playset, 4 pieces of the winner PR, and one display with the certificate as well. This is very, very nice. I mean, Chronojet Dragon PRs, man, who doesn't want that? It's pretty, and it's one of the all-time favorite for a lot of players for Vanguard throughout the years, and it still is today. And I hope whoever wins will finally will get to walk away with this very nice winner PR. Don't you guys agree?
I mean, I know a lot of people, they might not normally play V Premium, like going, I'm a bit on the fence, but then when they show it off V Premium, they show off Chronojet Dragon, like, ooh, looks like I have to play.
Yes.
Looks like I have to play.
Just for that hot step, bro.
That's right. And it is for a good cause, right? It's
for
Gear Chronicle, very, very strong right now. You got to make your deck even stronger with even rarer cards. But I think we do have, right? I do think we have a video coming up to kind of tell you all the new players that haven't really experienced V Premium before, what it's all about. All right, so let's jump into that.
Indeed.
Today's tournament will be played in the V Premium format, and we can't wait to get started and see all the exciting plays and unique deck ideas that the players will be bringing. Before we jump into it, let's brush up on what makes the V Premium format unique and what you can expect to see today. In V Premium, players use cards that contain this V logo found in the bottom left corner of the card. These cards were first released in VBT01 in 2018 and continue to be printed to this day through shop tournament promotional cards, as well as the Clan Collection Collection booster sets. The format is supported twice per year with these booster sets, giving something new and exciting for all 24 clans. Before we get into the action of today's tournament, let's talk about some of the unique gameplay aspects of this format. First things first, decks are composed of 50 cards, and unlike the other formats, there is no G-Zone nor Ride deck present in this format. Instead, the unique factor is imaginary gifts, which are a type of marker that a player acquires when they ride a grade 3 with the imaginary gift symbol. The imaginary gifts are split into 3 types: Force, Protect, and Axel. Each of the 24 different clans are placed into one of the 3 gift types, which complement their clan's general playstyle. Furthermore, each gift type branches into 2, such as Force 1 and Force 2. However, keep in mind that once you have chosen either Force 1 or Force 2 upon riding your grade 3 for the first time, you cannot select the other gift type for the rest of that game. Let's give you a quick explanation of what each type of gift stands for. The Force gift represents a mid-range playstyle belonging to clans such as Royal Paladin, Dimension Police, Link Joker, and others. Force 1 is a marker that is placed on a rearguard or vanguard circle, and any rearguard or vanguard in that circle will gain plus 10,000 power during your turn. You can also place multiple Force 1 markers in the same circle, giving one unit plus 20,000 or more at a time. The Force 2 marker trades the power gain for changing the base critical of a unit above it to 2. This, however, cannot be stacked, as even if you apply 2 Force 2 markers to a single circle, they will both just change the unit's critical to 2 and not increase it beyond that. Whether it's critical pressure or greater attack power, decide which Force type fits your playstyle best and claim victory. The Protect gift represents a defensive playstyle, belonging to clans such as Angel Feather, Oracle Think Tank, Grand Blue, and others. Protect 1 is a unique gift marker that does not occupy any space on your field, but is rather kept in hand, as its effect is that of a Perfect Guard Sentinel. However, unlike Perfect Guards, a Protect marker is returned to the imaginary gift pile rather than the drop zone. The Protect 2 works akin to Force 1, where it places itself on a rearguard circle after being acquired and provides plus 5,000 power to the unit above, as well as giving it an additional 10,000 shield when intercepting. Whether it be Perfect Guards in hand or acquiring both power and defense, choose your Protect gift carefully to defeat your opponent. The Axel gift represents an aggressive playstyle belonging to clans such as Nova Grappler, Gold Paladin, Pale Moon, and others. Axel 1 is a gift marker which takes its place on the field in a unique way, creating an additional front row rearguard circle, thus enabling more potential attacks than the other gift types. In addition, the unit on top of the additional rearguard circle will gain plus 10,000 power, thus being able to pack a punch despite not being able to be boosted. Axel 2 trades some of the power by decreasing the gain from 10,000 to 5,000, but instead it allows the player to draw one extra card when the gift marker is acquired. With this, the player is able to replenish their hand while filling their Axel circles. Not only that, Axel clans are the only ones in the V Premium format that have access to front triggers, primarily due to being able to buff their front row, including the units that occupy the Axel markers. In addition to the imaginary gift markers, there are a few other game elements in this format. One such mechanic is the Quick Shield ticket, which is acquired by a player when they ride over their first Vanguard when going second, and it can function as a 5,000 shield that can protect you from small pokes, or simply be discarded for effect costs. And finally, the latest addition to V Premium in the V Clan Collection Plus Volume 1 and 2, Heal Guardians. Heal Guardians are a unique type of heal trigger, which are grade 3. Instead of the usual 20,000 shield, Heal Guardians have 15,000 shield and 10,000 power, but come with a unique pair of abilities shared by all clans. When placed on the Guardian circle from hand, if you haven't ridden a grade 3 or greater Vanguard yet during that fight, you can choose and use one of the following effects, either giving your Vanguard an additional plus 10,000 power for the entire turn, or choosing an opponent's unit and give it -2 critical for that battle. Whether you need an additional power buff to survive your opponent's powerful early rush of attacks, or you need to reduce the critical of your opponent's high damage unit, this effect will aid you in fighting various decks across the board. On top of that, when a Heal Guardian is placed on a rearguard circle from hand, if you do not have any cards in your damage zone, you can put the top card of your deck into the damage zone face up. This gives you the ability to use some card abilities even if your opponent refuses to attack and give you the damage to use them. And that wraps it up for this brief explanation of the V Premium format. Let's wish all the players participating today the best of luck, and we hope that all of you watching at home enjoy the show.
wow, that was a great video, isn't it? Now everyone should know how to play V Premium, right, Amar?
You get the basics down with the videos, a little bit of combo plays here and there. I mean, what's your favorite, guys? Axel, Force, or Protect?
Yeah, it's a good question, it's a good question. What is yours, actually, Amar? Do you have a favorite?
I love putting down more rear guards, so I gotta go with Axel.
I recall last week you're a huge fan of Murakumo, right? Palmoon. There's something in common with those two clans.
They're all Axel.
That's right. Yeah. Personally, I don't have a preference, right? Anything's fun. I actually don't play Axel that much because usually when I'm with my friends, they take all the Axel clans and play with them more than I do. So unfortunately for me, I have to play. I'm mainly playing a lot more Protect and Force. Right?
Yeah.
I guess that's good because.
Well, I mean, if you like all three, I mean, we do have a clan that can get all three. I mean,
there is, and we might see it.
Yeah.
Let's see a Melody, right? Specifically Melody in V, in this region. But what do you? There's been a lot of changes. There's been a lot of changes in V Premium recently, as well as for a while now. But what do you think are the decks we're gonna see? Well, what is your top pick, right? If you're gonna join this tournament, Ma, what is gonna be your pick?
Oh, surprisingly, au contraire to the picks that I have with Axel Circles, is gonna be Angel Feather. It's gonna be that.
Really? Angel Feather?
Angel Feather, man. It's like high power, how it creates super attacks. It's gonna be the top choice. But we've seen some spicy picks here as well. I'm pretty sure, other than Angel Feather, I'm rooting for Gold Paladin, definitely. Gold Paladin. Okay. Yeah, you cannot discount Spectral, and what it can do. But overall, or maybe a little bit of the zoo side with Great Nature.
I think Great Nature is kind of a rogue pick, like
definitely.
Don't really. They're all only thinking about the Bermudas, Spectrals, Angel Feather. Yeah, they think about those things, but anything else is basically right. Maybe a rogue pick because they're just not thinking about it. They might be surprised, right? So I think it should be interesting to see what people are actually going to bring, like the how do you call it, the surprise ones versus how many people are bringing like the tried and true, right? The tried and true.
The consistent, the consistency.
I think the biggest difference here compared to the tournaments in Japan is we're going to have a lot more rounds in Swiss. So are we going to be favoring that consistency, or are we still going to go, okay, I still want the power, right? I'm going to sacrifice that consistency and take the power, right? What do you think? Come on.
Definitely, over the ages that we've seen with the V Premium, it's a bit different. In what we've seen from last week is that we've seen a lot of explorations. We've seen a lot of spicy techs coming in, and it could be said that in V Premium you have a lot of that expanded range that you can use as well. So we're gunning for consistency to be the most stable to get you through the Swiss round. It might be able to get you to top 8 even, but when you come to that top 8 arena, you are fighting against players that has experimented with their deck tags a lot more than you can expect. So when it comes down to it, it's gonna be a battle of attrition and experience. You have your set, they have their set, spiciness versus consistency. So what would prevail, if the goddess of Vanguard would actually smile upon you to get you those cards that you need.
Yes. Now I think although we talked a bit about the other clans, there's one clan we haven't talked about that is it's tried and true as well, right? It's been around for a while. It definitely has the power, right? That is Luad, right? I think we kind of knew about it. We thought everyone probably knew about it, but it's still around. And Luad doing well in Premium, but also in V Premium, right? Do you think it got better, or is it kind of still still where it is. You know?
It got supremely better here, Kai. You're seeing, I'm using that word very, very confidently here. You know, no other decks are able to actually, force out the force markers, at ease than the Luard in V Premium. Yeah, you have consistency. You have that high spicy text that you need. In itself, we're looking at, it's not a dark horse, it is a consistent deck right there, Luard. But in any case here, Kai, I believe we have the deck list ready for our first match. So why don't we take a look there?
All right, let's take a look at the deck. And first off, we've got Guardian here, and surprise, surprise, it is Luard. Lucky for us, right?
Yeah, lucky for us. we get to see it, firsthand. The power of Luard.
Now with Luard, there is there's very small variations to the list, but I think the one that has really just taken it. Being the most powerful, I guess, is the one playing the true Apocalypse bats, right?
Yeah.
I think before we saw some lists play super consistent. I'm a huge fan of super consistent Luard, where you max out the grade 3 searches. But this one, they're trying to find space just to get that extra reach. Amal, do you agree with this? Are you a big fan of the bats, or are you a consistency guy?
I'm more of a consistency guy. I've seen a lot of the top players in my area here. Yeah, they've tried out the Apocalypse bat. You're playing it with Luard. Yeah, it does give you that sweet spot of an extra attack in some cases, right? But in some cases, it breaks your deck. It breaks your deck. It breaks your field. It breaks your hand, and it kind of became a dead card. But of course, with all of the players I've seen so far, when they build their decks, they're the man with a plan. They have a plan. We gotta believe in the players. Let's just see what's in store for us here.
Yeah, just to point out, with the Apocalypse bats, if one of them goes to damage, they'll need to heal it out to try and get it back in. The scary part of this deck, though, is that it's running one Nightmare Painter, and that Nightmare Painter is, it's kind of key to generate soul. If you lose that Nightmare Painter,
that's it. That's the thing.
It's a problem. And the other thing to point out to all the newer players out there, Luard in V, or even in Premium as well, does play a lot of grade 1s, right? They want to fill up the drop zone with a lot of grade 1s. It adds extra shield power to their hand, but at the cost, you can see they only have 8 grade 2s and 7 grade 3s.
7 grade 3s,
That is the scary part of this deck. That's why a lot of people do run, just run like the grade 3 searches and not lose, not straight up, just not draw like the card, not get grade stuck, right? It happens. But yeah, so let's take a look at who Guardian is facing, and then we can see. Ooh, this is a
yeah, you did see the factor is here. Nubatama.
Yeah. This is a more rogue pick, I'd have to say.
It is.
I mean, Dai Hozan is actually a new card being released in Clan Collection. So it'd be interesting to see how well it stacks against the rest of the big powered decks that have been considered to be like some of the best, right? What do you think, Amar?
I mean, in all honesty, it's seen its fair share of beating. Yes, definitely. I'm not gonna call it a consistent deck. Yeah, it is very component reliant here. But if the components do come, that Jammy Congo, is gonna be, it's gonna be hard to beat. Everything comes at ease. Del Zero the thing is the law of nature right here. Protect versus force. Can you outlast your opponent in this battle of rock paper scissors?
Yeah, the cool part about Dai Hozan is against it has the ability to really whittle down opponents' hands, and Luard is a clan. Well, is a deck that can get a lot of hands.
And burn your opponent's hands as well.
True, that's right. It can get huge powers. So we have the Luard starting. He's riding the Branwyn, and we can see if he hits or not. Unfortunately, doesn't. Ooh, okay. It could. It
happens. You're playing.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. One thing to point out as well that even though Luard does run 7 to 8 grade 3s, there is a couple of those grade 3s, or there is one half of those grade 3s that you do not want to ride.
Yes.
And that is the drag driver.
Drag driver. If you go on Luard, it first.
Luard, you really want to ride the drag heart, and then you can fake stride into a drag driver and go back to the heart. And in doing so, it generates 3 force markers.
In one turn.
Which is very nice, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
So, all right. Del Zero here, going for... looks like a Sakura Fubuki, right?
So it's not gonna be proccing anything on the Vanguard Sakura, but it's gonna get a quick shield though, so that's nice.
Yes. So in this format, if you watch the video, if you ride to grade 1 second, you get to draw. You get to also get a quick shield on top of your on ride draw. Attack.
Ooh, nothing there.
Checks the blink. All right.
It's fine, yeah. So the thing about Nubatama is that, while it is a high-cost deck, you have cards like Sakura Fubuki to actually get the counter charge. It's nice, But again, as I've mentioned just now, it's quite component reliant for a deck. So you see that Guardian Root, that Morfessa, it's just gonna swing. You don't want to put too much against Nubatama this early.
Yeah, unfortunately. Guardian not getting the
the quick shield, yeah.
Spicy guard.
Yeah, it's good, It did,
and
go
it was
through.
a big success.
Yeah.
Normally, you want to drop a 15k, but I don't know. Del Zero, he wasn't afraid.
No, I have this. I got it for free. I'm gonna be using it right now. It's my God-given right.
That's right. Del Zero swinging in. He got his grade 2 Horzan as well.
So
he's at least he at least gets the ride line going, right?
Yep.
And checking that
that
should be a
critical
trigger.
Yeah. Not gonna do much though, but it is gonna be sort of. Ooh, okay, that's the Luard.
All right, we really have to see if Guardian has his drag art. He lost one in the damage zone right here. Extra drag cards ain't bad, and he has it.
Yeah,
his engine is working right now. It should be good to go, right?
Yep. So we're finally seeing some action here. Both players are not playing passively. They're playing it kind of strategically. Everyone wants to get into the first grade 3 ride. So probably, yeah, the Owl's gonna come into play this early.
And with Luard, you always go force 1, just because you generate so many, so many force markers, you just get so much power. Also, the drag card after you have two grade 3s in Soul gives your cards gives your grade 1 cards criticals as well. And okay, looks like there is no stride. Ooh. So Dragheart does have. Let's bring up Dragheart a bit. We can let the viewers know what it does.
Really,
yeah. But Dragheart has a Counterblast 3 skill that allows it to search its deck for a drag driver Luard and ride it as stand. So that gives you another force marker. And the Counterblast is decreased by 1 every single time. Or for each grade 1 in your drop zone. So if you don't have any, it's kind of hard to stride into that. Now, Dragheart does have another skill that is require 2 grade 1 rearguards to draw a card. So technically, if he had another grade 1, he could have retired 2 of them, including the Owl to get 2 in the drop zone, and then CB1 to kind of stride. And even though he won't have any Counterblast left, right? I think getting a few force markers.
Yeah, the first ride. Your opponent's on grade 2. I don't know. It's kind of what we are accustomed to. Yeah, the high level of aggression that we normally see in a Luart.
Yeah.
But you know,
Because
I
that
think,
that kind of play sets up your next turn very well. Because when you ride the drag driver, you have a drag driver there already, and then the next turn after that, you have two, and then all your grade ones get crits. So it's kind of it might indicate a very poor hand. Or maybe all his drag drivers are in his hands.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah,
that's gonna be rough.
It's very rough. It's very rough. Dragheart does get to put cards back into the deck though, so I'm thinking maybe his hand is just all triggers. It really just has to be.
That is the other possibility that I was thinking about as well. You see, his Guardian's definitely not shy about putting, the allocated cards to guard with.
Yeah. Daihozan looking pretty nice. He's got a big hand. He's got a.
It's pretty comfortable.
Actually, no, he's not on Daihozan. He's on Jamio, isn't he?
Jamio, yeah. And that is a Furai.
But we see an Apocalypse Bat there. So Apocalypse Bat was just discarded.
So for now, it's utilized more for the Nightmare Painter, I suppose.
Yeah, but I feel like he could have played that bat down
earlier.
Before and, just you also get to draw as well with the Dragheart effect, so it's not that bad. But yeah, he's giving the tempo to Del Zero, and Del Zero is just gonna take it.
Yeah, abuse it. Your opponent is giving you a free gift by playing very passively during their first grade 3 ride, which is a huge advantage to them, by the way. Yeah. So you can see that the tokens the nin tokens are coming out. Very good to have against Luarts, especially. Yeah, you can have those to be quite a defensive token. And
now,
jammy.
The interesting part about Force versus anything else, any other gifts, is that the Force power line is 1k higher. So this card swing in
is one to pass.
Yes, it's just naturally one to pass, and it didn't hit.
Didn't hit, but he's taking damage.
That's a second Dragheart out.
Not looking good, Guardian.
Not looking good. Not looking good.
All right, so what we're gonna be seeing right now, is that you gotta get that drag driver's engine up and running. If you don't, this is gonna spell a bit of a problem here. Okay, you have the Liafall, you're calling out the Sharon. What do you do next in this scenario?
Yeah. It's just do what Luard wants to do, right? It's you want to stride.
I mean, you wanna explore into everything that Luard can actually do for you. You're not tapped on resources because you have that Sharon. Your Soul is healthy, Counterblast is healthy, and I'm pretty sure Guardian's Hand is semi-healthy as well. There are a lot of things that Guardian can do right now.
Yeah, he is gonna use Dragheart's skill here. He'll get to
retire. Yeah,
retire and draw.
And go into that. Yeah.
Go into drag driver time.
So the engine is a bit late, to what we'd normally expect from Luard going first, but I suppose.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Hopefully we get the engines running right now.
And he goes into drag driver.
All right, so the damage output we know is gonna be big. You're getting that extra force marker right there. At the end of the turn, you're gonna generate another one. But the possibility, what what we can expect is that Del Zero is probably either A, gonna take all 3 attacks, or B, that protect is gonna come in handy against Drag Driver.
Yes, so Drag Driver, he's getting it's a bit delayed, right?
It's a bit delayed, yeah.
This Drag Driver, if he got it last turn, this is a very threatening Drag Driver turn, and he's in a way he's like 1 turn behind.
Yeah, and you only have Drag Heart in your soul. There's not a lot. You can't proc the critical right there.
And now everything is kind of going to be swinging for like 1 damage.
One damage, yeah. I mean, force units are always going to be bigger in a sense, but not much of a threat. Especially to a deck that means that prioritize in defense.
And again, have to reiterate, multiple drag hearts are not bad, but we see 2 drag hearts go to Guardian's damage zone, which is tough because every extra drag heart you draw gives you an extra force marker.
And it gets Drag Driver's effect running faster.
Yeah, and like normally if you do a stride, you're getting 2 force markers a turn. But when you're with the drag heart, the 3 actually a huge deal. It's actually a huge deal. Yeah. Because you're generating 2 of them before you attack, which is an extra 20k.
All right, so we see the Nightmare Painter coming out. Guardian here, I believe. Yeah, they are thinking their next step. You have your column, you have the painter, but is there any way for that Apocalypse Bat to be making his appearance here?
The problem is he's actually the 1 turn behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes that Apocalypse Bat 1 turn behind as well.
I mean, we can't stress it enough. Yeah, the hyper aggressiveness of being able to go first. Yeah, should be making your board to be in this very comfortable position against a Nubatama. But now, you're seeing it in reverse. You are now the one that has to actually play it defensively against a deck that is going to be scary on your second right turn.
Now, the scary thing also, well, not super scary, but Nubatana gets those tokens in the back row, the evil decoy tokens, right? Just to add that extra shield, shield, right? And anything extra and free is good.
It's just good. Yeah,
it's good, right? And another thing is Del Zero did not get his Daiho's on ride, which is actually huge, actually very big. Because although Jamio like locks your opponent's hand down to 6 or 4, Daiho's on will just make your opponent keep on discarding, right?
Yeah. So it's just a matter of preference here for Del Zero. Yeah, I can't say that either or that they are going for in the next turn is going to be wrong, because again, your opponent allows you to have that freedom. The comfort level of where you can choose what you want to do or where you want to go. So they can kind of plan it out. You can play the discard game to make your opponent's life much all the more harder, or you can play the control-y sort of game where you go for the strike points.
Yeah. So they're gonna looks like there's just a judge on the table discussing something. So let's kind of talk about that matchup in a nutshell. Nubatama, like a rogue deck versus the Ward. What do you think? Who is favored in this matchup? Do you think?
In all honesty, if we set the game just now apart, if you go just by the clans, I had to go with Luard. Yeah, Shadow Paladin. You had to go with the Shadow Paladin. You everything is already set up for you. You have Dragheart. You're going first. and I believe you have the Apocalypse Bat and the Abyssal Owl in your hand, yeah, to allow you
Yes.
for all the random pokes during the first turn. And by having an extra counter blast, you're all set. Drag Driver is just that easy for you to come to you. So what happened?
Builds a field for free as well, right?
Yeah.
You scale your late game is so good. It's so good, and you can draw a lot of cards. But again, we're seeing like both Vanguards of the Nubatama being able to limit how much your opponent can guard, right? Because it limits their hand size. Jamio stops it at 6, and then if you have a grade 3 install, puts it down to 4, right? While Daihozan just makes your opponent discard a card whenever they call a card, yeah?
Yeah.
But the thing is, that one is like limited to 4 or more cards as well. So you can never really get your opponent to like 0 cards in hand. Yeah. Unfortunately, I guess some people will say that. But I think some at least like you can guard some attacks. It just depends, can you punch through those last few cards in their hand? And I think that is just the puzzle. That is the puzzle a lot of Nubatama decks try to figure out, because even though your opponent doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, the quality of those cards versus the quality of your attacks can be a huge discrepancy.
Definitely. Yeah. But again, that's the thing. When you're saying the previous messages now, Guardian and Del Zero. So the idea of not riding Daihozan might, it might hurt in a sense, but there's room to breathe. It's fine.
That's right.
Your damage is controlled. Your field is pretty much in your control. And look at the hand size. I did not expect any decks running against Luart that's going first, to be that comfortable. There's so many of it.
I mean, if you are taking Nubatama into this format, I think you have to feel really comfortable. You got to stay comfortable. Very happy with how your deck functions. So we'll have to see how it goes.
How it goes. I mean, it is an exciting game that we can watch in the first 10. But I believe, more information is coming in for us, and unfortunately, Kai, that's just
we have some info on the. We have some info on the game. It is unfortunately a game loss. It is an irreversible game state, because after a certain point as well, you will we cannot reverse. When you draw cards and all that. So unfortunately, the Shadow Paladin player is lost in Nubatama at least gets a game.
Gets a game. They won.
Gets a win. So we'll try and get to another. We'll try and get to another
game.
Game.
Yeah.
They just need to, it's the inner works. You got to set everything up. But let's kind of talk about the format a bit more. Right. Let's talk about the format a bit more. I heard. I looked. I had a peek. Right. At the decks that people are bringing. The clans. Amar, guess what is the most popular by far in the AO region?
Bang Dream.
Oh, you're close. You're close. I actually did see one Bang Dream deck, but not in this region.
I'm honestly surprised. Right? Okay, not in this region.
It's a surprise for the other regions. So if you guys want to see the possibility of that coming up, stay tuned. It's not just AO that has the tournaments today. We have EU following this. We also have NA. So it could be in any one of those, but it's in EU. I'll just say so. Make sure to stick around.
All right. So what's the most played clan that we have here in the EU region? Surprise me.
Okay. It's not really a surprise though, but it is actually Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah.
Bermuda Triangle. There are so many of them. If you look at the list, it just keeps on going. It actually just keeps on going. It does. And I think we have to think. Prism is considered one of the best decks in Bermuda Triangle, right?
In the format currently, yes.
I think at least in the AO region, locally as well, we know that there's a lot of Melody players, because kind of how it's just kind of brought over from the JP side, right? That deck much more popular there, and in the AO region, a lot of people do play multiple formats, right? All right, right, Amar, you have experience?
I've seen the list. Kai, I am seeing Bang Dream. It is inside this region. We do have one.
Let's hope he signed in. Yeah, I think we're going to go to a quick break. Stay tuned for round 2. And we can...
Catch you guys later.
That's right. Watch more games.
Watch more games, definitely, yeah.
That's right.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Weiss Schwarz!
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Nice meeting you.
Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling. Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikazane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, the smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hissatsu Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your
Hissatsu.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone. How's How's everyone going? Did you have a nice break? Round 2 has just started. What do you think of the game so far? One game.
We got one game. I mean, we got two games actually, but we're gonna count one.
One round finished.
One round finished.
We already saw some rogue decks. Yeah.
So
should be good, right?
Well, I'm not so sure about rogue decks after this, but we're definitely gonna see some very, very spicy, even champion level, I might say, for the next round.
Ooh, it's nice to see. Let's kind of look at the standings. Let's see. I mean, it's still one round, but we want to see some famous player names. I recognize one name there, Darcy.
Yeah.
He's from WCC as well. He normally doesn't play Vanguard, and he normally, when he does play Vanguard, he likes playing Gear Chronicle. But it'll be interesting to see what he is playing today. He plays Weiss Schwarz. He's the Weiss Schwarz guy, right? I think he top 8'd in BSFO as well for that, so pretty nice. Well, Grimar Schwarz.
Yeah,
that's a winner right there, right?
Edo as well, definitely a strong contender.
Yes. So quite a few names already. Let's move on to the next page with the top 16 standings. Do you see some names there, Amar?
Han Young, definitely. Yeah, we're seeing Han Young's name up there. Yeah. Very strong contender. Yeah, definitely a dark horse to look out for. GGS as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a. Yeah.
Everyone's at 1-0 right now for the top 16. Yeah, it's 1-0 right now. So everyone's kind of in the same boat right here. So it's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be exciting how, because the round 2 is where you're gonna see if you're going X2, you gotta be thinking, do I just call it quits right now?
Call it a day.
Yeah, call it a day. It's a nice day out.
Get yourself psyched for and NA, right? You can remember, guys. You can join any region.
Any region.
Sign up to all the regions. But yeah, let's kind of take a look at the next game's deck list. The first one, who is it? Let's take a look.
The former champion itself, yeah. So it's Andre Lee from Singapore.
Yeah. Now, I have to tell you guys, a lot of people know that Prism is a very, very popular pick and a very strong pick for this format, but I think the Singaporean guys have kind of spiced it up a little bit,
Definitely, yeah.
Yeah. They've added in the Prism core, but they've also tried to splash in a Highlander core as well. I think we first saw this from some of the Cantonese players at the WGP, but now it's kind of transitioned over a lot in the AO region, I guess, especially in that SEA area. But it's just, sure, you might sometimes miss with Couture, but once you know which cards are out of your deck, Couture just searches for anything, What do you think of this list? This build of Prism, Amar?
I wouldn't call it janky. I wouldn't call it stable. It's not. It's kind of this is like a self-made build. The player tried it. I'm pretty sure the man has a plan. He's going for it. Yep. Everything is built to the needs of Andre itself. So we gotta see how he plays it up. Definitely excited to see that.
Yeah, and with this kind of Prism, they generally have a very stable scaling matchup. This can kind of push it a bit harder with the Pearl Sisters, right? Just getting huge power there before bouncing them back and calling more. So the late game potential of this deck seems slightly higher than your original Prism list. But we look at some of the things they're missing on. They're only running one Lieselot, which means, they're early. Like, Lieselot just is an early game engine by itself, right?
Yep.
So we're going to see maybe they're lacking a bit more. They do run 9 criticals, which is 1 critical higher than most builds of Prism. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how this transitions for the rest of the day and how it performs. Let's move on to who Andre is facing. It is actually
the name itself, Kung Pao Chicken Supremacy. We've seen it before, Kai. We've seen it before.
Both players from Singapore as well. So it'll be a kind of
Nyros. Yep. We're seeing the I'm kind of seeing the standard Night Rose build right here. Nothing wrong with it. Consistency often prevails. Yeah, you know that.
Yeah, he's running Thin Mist Banshee, which is something that I don't normally see that much. Right?
But two Skull Dragons, two Beatrice.
Yeah, two Skull Dragons feels a bit low, right?
Low.
It's a bit risky.
Risky,
you know?
yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit risky. You want to be three. Like 3 is good because when 1 goes to damage, it means your turn isn't stuck, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but if any of those Skull Dragons get stuck in damage or just doesn't come out, your kill turns are going to be substantially weaker, right?
Yeah, it's gonna spell some trouble. Yeah.
Yeah, but apart from that, it's mostly just the Grand Blue core that we've been seeing. He's not running navigators though, so it also means his mill engine is going to be a bit limited. But yeah, he is running Sea Strolling Banshee, so this is a new card from Clan Collection that can kind of do some milling, right? It can do some milling, so it's not as much as Navigator, but it is something. It is something. So I think this will be an interesting matchup. Let's head into the match and see how it goes. All right. And we've got Andre starting already. He's getting the clear, right?
So this is the thing about it when you're seeing Bermuda Triangle going first. Yeah, you gotta have that unease in your stomach. You know, your opponent has a lot of these utilities. You're kind of wondering if this lot's gonna come out in how many. Of course, in the BRO format, you're able to see your opponent's deck list beforehand, right? So you can kind of plan things out. But how do you plan against a storm, Kai? And that is exactly what these beautiful mermaids are bringing in, you know.
And wow, that is
Cotier.
I don't know how. I mean, it doesn't get better than that.
It doesn't get better than that. Yeah, that is the storm.
It looks like he called for Aqua and got it. So yeah, if you were talking about a storm, Andre just pretty much made it big. He was able to get his 1 copy of his Leaselot, just drop it early. Got him a Kutia, which he called an Aqua for. So that means next turn, he can play that Aqua and bounce either the Leaselot or the Katia back, you know?
Well, mermaids have just turned into sirens, and that's not good for Kung Pao, because going second and then riding up, that Grand Blue, they kind of play more passive. You don't put down a lot of rear guards down, but then I suppose in this stance, Kung Pao, you gotta plan it out. You gotta plan out for the extra attacks. You gotta plan out on trying to dish out, to clear out the board as much as possible right now, because for Andre, it's looking pretty good. You can push that little lot up during his turn, and we're just gonna see an onslaught right here. There we go.
Yeah, he didn't even use Rose's skill. Looks like he's 100% set. Drops the Ellie. Ellie, one of the few, if everyone is in the heal Guardian meta, it is one of the few 20k shields left in the game.
Very rare, yeah.
Yeah, and now his opponent got a trigger, but this is still hitting 18, right? Because it's Force Clan with the 10k grade 2s. And it just comes down to just Kung Pao on a guard. I think he is. And I think he just passes. It's interesting, he didn't develop the Aqua this turn?
Yeah, that's why. It's a bit weirded out, but I suppose he's waiting it out. It's fine.
Yeah.
You don't. The thing about Aqua is that you don't have to use it that early just yet. If you already have a plan set out, quite possibly, he can kind of use it again the next turn, bounce out the good care, use it again. Probably what he's going for.
I mean, the fact that Andre just pushed up the Couture as well kind of indicates that he's not afraid of it just losing.
Yeah, just losing it.
Yeah, he probably has another one, right? And I think, is this swinging into Vanguard? It is unboosted, so...
but it works. It works. The triggers are coming in, coming in hot. Yeah, and suddenly you're seeing that Andre is the ones that's getting pushed.
Yeah. Again, we want to get into that situation where the Skull Dragons are
pushed to 4. That's gotta be dangerous. Andre's gotta be thinking about a defensive plan during the next turn, because that Night Rose is gonna hit like a truck. Riding up
that is an
Anj there.
Anj. That is not actually
the one
a vet.
piece. The one piece Anj inside Andre's deck. That's gotta hurt, right, Kai?
Yeah, I mean, the Anj is actually better than the vert here, which is interesting. He can get 2 force markers, which is huge. And then discards for the Aqua. He bounced the Coutier. He can call the Coutier down again just to get more, like try and get more, which he does, because he bounces it back anyway with Anj. So
can kind of see a combo coming in here, because from the list in itself, we saw that Andre is running one piece of a normal Sentinel, yeah?
Yes, so he can call that as long as his deck is compressed to the point where, you know, he can't hit doubles. And even if he can, he called a clear and actually got it. Okay. Andre's pretty good at this, it seems.
Yeah.
So far, 100% hit rate, right?
Yeah, and you saw that, you know, he's running multiple copies in his deck, so that's pretty, you know, the chances are spectacular.
Yeah. But he, like, even though Andre's at 4 damage, there is a lot of pressure he can do right now. Sure, like, you know, 4 damage, it feels bad. That means a lot of counterblast to work with, and with this field, right, he's gonna double diff on the 4s, and get at least like 4 attacks in. You know,
4 attacks in, probably, you know, hitting that sweet critical trigger. Probably, you know, it's just icing on the cake here. I'm just bringing out.
He could even get 5 attacks in if he really wants to. If he just calls the Lee's lot and calls something else. A bit greedier, but the possibility is there.
What
so
we want to see?
Sedna came down.
And all right, so discarding a card, you know, you're getting more benefits from this, definitely.
Yeah. So let's see when he's about to begin his attack. I think very soon.
Now. Yeah.
Now, that's right. The Lee's lot is swinging in.
This isn't the premium Highlander that we're used to seeing, you know, shuffle. This is like, you know, we're gonna go straight to the point here. Get our cards, get what we need. We're just gonna, you know, all right, let's dish out some hurt.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the Anj here as well. All right, there it is.
Perfect performance.
Compound takes the damage, all right, and then now the Anj swings in. We can see that it bounces, depending on the number of cards it bounces. You get power, you get a gift, you get force.
Marker, yeah.
Yeah, and if you call it, if you bounce enough, you can call another card from your deck. So, yeah, literally just searching for whatever you want. But just the force gains are pretty good, you know.
Ooh, okay, so definitely right there, yeah. 3 units coming out is.
Now, does he call like a Coutier or something like that, just to try and get more cards? Or
Yep.
Yeah, he does.
Yep, yeah, he does.
And
Definitely a good plan there. So far, he's had 100% hit rate, right?
Yeah, and what is he gonna try and hit again? What is he gonna call?
He's looking through the deck. He's trying to memorize everything that's inside. That's a pretty good plan right there.
Yeah. With Highlander, it's very important that you find ways to minimize your time spent doing things, right? And
wait, what is happening right there? Oh,
he's using. Yeah, well, his opponent told him to put 3 cards at the bottom of the deck.
Of the deck. So there might be a bit of an error there, but it's fine. So 1 card going into hand. He's gonna shuffle again.
So did he call a Rosa and just immediately?
And just got it on the first card.
Wow.
Wow. Indeed.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And then so they're doing the cut. Just put 3 to the bottom.
There was a bit of delay there, so I think Andre was kind of confirming with his opponent. You know, so 3. You know, I'm gonna put 3 down.
The Anj herself is swinging 23. There's the Ellie on trigger and a crit. Okay, this crit is huge.
Very big.
Right, 2 damage in. That Coutier side is hitting 43 by itself, which is massive.
19k on your Vanguard right here. He isn't really gonna do much, but you know,
he could heal Guardian here if he has it.
Yep.
But I think Kung Power at 4 as well.
Oh, yeah,
he's
there
really
we go.
setting up for, Andre's setting up for that next turn kill turn. Because if you underestimate Prism's power lines, they actually hit very hard. And we can see the beauty of how this Highlander tech has worked. There's 14 cards in Andre's hand right now.
My God.
And this is just the first turn of grade 3.
But then again, we still cannot discount the attacking force of Grand Blue. Albeit that, we can kind of see that the discard pile isn't really set up for it.
That's right. And unfortunately, Combat doesn't really have a way to accelerate that drop zone setup. Because if he did, he actually has very, very scary opportunities to work with here. Because he can make like if he was able to somehow accelerate, if like running like navigators and things like that,
that's the
you'd have big skull dragons, and having like a 4 skull dragon attack right now is game winning, actually game winning. Because although Andre's hand is quite big, you see a lot of cards there. How many of that is actually real cards? And the answer is there is 14 real cards right there, but how many of them have actually good shield value?
Yeah, the shield values, you have to account for the fact that some of them are even key components that Andre has to keep, at all costs.
That's right. We know 5 of those cards that he bounced back are not triggers, because you can't bounce triggers with Arch, right? And pretty much the Ellie is the highest shield out of all of them.
Oh, the slot's going to be used as a guard.
But then the Courtier can't search any triggers, so it has to search normal units. And we know you search the Rosa, so a lot of those cards just don't do anything. Well, they do something, but they're not high shield
They do something, but not as a shield value kind of thing.
Yeah, so if Kung Pao was able to accelerate, he would definitely have like a very threatening situation here. Andre getting that draw trigger is very, very big too.
Very big, very big. In fact, so this is a 1-2 pass now, even if the Night Rose 2 uses skill. 22 to 23.
And yeah, this looks like a very easy livable turn for Andre.
So I think it's a Ghost Ship Beatrice column that you're going to be looking at right here.
Yeah. It's going to get a Greed Shade as well. And called the Ghost Ship.
So, it's good.
Pretty nice.
I mean, you just want to buff up your hand, We're chilling, our opponent already got like an extra defensive right there. No need to go over and beyond.
Yeah, we've got the Beatrice just reviving things.
Reviving things, definitely. Alright, the Skull Dragon is... We're finally seeing, one of the 2 Skull Dragons.
And he gets back a Heal Guardian.
That's good.
Just for the 15k shield. Just for the 15k shield. And the Ghost Ship will hit like 29 and draw a card. But I'm not sure if that hand size is enough to live against a Prism turn next turn if Andre goes into that.
Because there's going to be multiple attacks, still 4 attacks, right? If he keeps on the Anj, but...
So
you don't want
2
to see
cards
the Skull
to guard.
Dragon in your hand. Yeah.
When you see Skull Dragon in your hand, you usually feel bad.
You feel bad. It's a protect. It's a protect cost
fodder.
card. Yeah.
It's protect fodder.
It's protect fodder. Alright, so he's using the extra 5k there. It's gonna go into the drop zone, but it's fine. You want Beatrice to stay there. Yeah.
He swings in with the Ghost Ship.
Let's hope that the card that Kung Pao Chicken draws is gonna be something good. Yeah,
Andre discards Spiana. You have to bear in mind that a lot of the one-offs that Andre discards will kind of be gone forever. So I mean, Andre discarding the Spiana, sad day to be Spiana, right? But it looks like Andre is just expecting himself not to use that Spiana this game, because he's foreseeing this game is ending like probably right here, right now, right?
Right now. Yep, definitely.
That's right.
The vert's coming down.
3 force markers are in. That's the beauty of riding Anj first. You do get 1 force marker extra, and that's a huge difference. Those extra power lines just demolish your opponent's hand.
Yeah, 3 drive check. That's gonna hurt. That's gonna hurt a lot.
Yeah. Just see what else he's able to. As long as Andre can develop his bind zone, I think he's got all the pieces. He's all set.
Yep.
He also just needs to remember to Soul Blast for Vert as well.
It's gonna be 5 attack, isn't it, Kai?
Yes, it's 5. It's the easiest 5 attack you'll ever make.
I mean, oh my god. All
It's
right.
another Rosa.
Yeah, Kung Pao can probably take in that one column, but with one quick shield and one protect in your hand. Yeah.
So I think did Rosa bind Rosa. Did he hit 2 or just 1 just then?
Just one. Yeah.
So okay, it's better than 0.
Better than 0. Yeah, better than 0.
Better than 0.
Binding
I mean,
one.
thinking about it, Vert here can Soul Blast and get another bind. So I'm assuming he gets the clear, right? Clears out. So he's set.
clears
He's
out.
good to go. Right?
Multi attacks in. Multi attacks gonna be coming in. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Is Andre going to develop any boosters as well? I feel like you should.
You should.
Yep, there we go. There's a Sedna.
You're thinking about going into that this is the final turn mentality, right? But then you don't wanna you don't wanna go over. You don't wanna extend yourself, because Grand Blue's gonna abuse that fact. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna Grand Blue seizure on 5. It's time.
It's time.
It's time to strike.
It's all or nothing.
But yeah, Prism at least triple drive, high chance of triggering a heal, right? So you kind of expect, but even at 4 damage, it's quite scary. It's quite scary for Andre, and he's doing the Coutier again. Does he hit?
Hasn't hit the copies yet, but there's the Aqua. All right.
Yeah, Aqua is one of those multiple copies, and he's going, and he gets it. He gets the. Is that the Ellie?
Ellie, yeah. That's an
Ellie. Called Ellie and got Ellie. I think the fact that he hovered over the Aqua is just there's probably like 2 Aquas in the deck still, right?
Kind of dangerous right now, just now, but it's fine. He got it. Andre has a 100% hit rate.
So far, 100%.
So far,
he's the Coutier king, right? Decides not to. Guess he decides not to play over it. And is it time? Is it time to swing in, swapping that Rosa around, just that extra power, hitting better numbers? But he doesn't really have any boosters, so he's purely relying on his force markers to generate the extra power. The Rosa, the clear does give 10k to herself, and then the Rosa gives, I think, 10k to the whole front row as well. So they will still hit decent numbers.
Yep, very big, in fact, yeah.
Now we have to see if Kung Pao can actually guard this. So 4. His hand wasn't looking so hot as well before. It's a 2-card guard this too.
I mean, to be expected, you kind of have 33 right there. Yeah.
Yeah. How? It's got a Sedna at the back. So yeah, this one's also 33 as well, right?
Could be, yes.
Takes it.
Yes, it takes it. You got it.
Boom. 5 damage.
5 damage, no defensive. That's.
It's harsh.
It's harsh. It's harsh.
Yeah. This Vanguard attack as well, by the way, is probably the weakest column out of everything that's coming out.
Amongst all the columns. But it is also the deadliest. With that triple drive coming in, you kind of don't want, you kind of don't want to take any chances right here. Swinging at 23, the protect's coming out. Not taking any chances, Kung Pao. Still, you can kind of see that one card over there is a quick shield. The quick shield.
Yeah, Kung Pao actually doing not that bad, but
ooh, the heal is coming in. Yeah, for Andre. You don't want to see that. If you're Kung Pao, you're trying to push for the final lethal. That you don't want to see that.
Yep. Second check, another heal. Wow.
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
And this is a nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Andre's deck, by the way, is decent compression. Just because he's been searching cards with the Coutier. But some of these power lines now are going to be absolutely massive.
I mean, Andre is just showcasing his experience and knowledge as a former world champion right here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. It's just insane how he is trying to control the board with what he has.
Yeah, and Andre's hand size is looking very, very huge too.
Can make a fan.
Now we can't really say it's a fake hand because he's been triggering those heals too. So it's gonna be. He's gonna need some. Kung Pao's gonna need some beefy skull dragons to pump through that hand. Really.
Yep. some multi attacks coming in hot. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's looking very hard. Like Compound's like struggling to guard. I guess he's trying to. He's thinking about the ways of guarding, but he's taking a long time going through that hand. You know.
I think it's more.
He's checking the triggers.
Yeah, it's never a good sign. It's never a good sign to see that, especially when you're on 5.
He's taking it.
All right.
It's quite unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a pretty good showing on Andre's side, showing off the power of this deck, but also getting his early game was quite monstrous. You know, he was able to get some of his 1 copies that turned into. That just kind of snowballed from there, you know what I mean?
His slot into the courtier is so good, you know, generating that aqua, generating that Ellie is
yeah. I mean,
man, I can't get enough of it.
Can it get better than that? A Lieselot on first turn into a courtier?
You couldn't. That's the best case scenario that you're looking for right now.
And hitting as well, right? Hitting as well. Just that icing on the cake, you know, just that icing on the cake. So good to at least see, you know. I think everyone's going to be tired of Prism, but it's good to see some fresh injection of ideas into this like proven kind of deck, right?
Semi Highlander, yeah.
That's right. You thought the deck was solved, but surprise, it's not. It hasn't been solved. It's just gotten better now.
It's gotten better now.
I'd be very interested to see how this build of Prism will go through the deck. Well, not go through the deck, go through the day. Right? The day.
Especially with mirrors. Yeah, my goodness.
Yeah, so it's like the mirror itself as well, you know, Prism versus this Highlander. We all know Prism games do take a long time. Maybe this is the answer, right? Maybe this is the answer. Get those bigger finishes just to get through those last few attacks in to drain out your opponent's hand. Right? Maybe it is, but I guess, you know, the weakness is like when a lot of your one copies disappear, then it's a bit, you're losing a lot of utility, right?
But you can see it. You know, the deck works just fine just now. 100% hit rate.
Yeah, 100% hit rate.
100% hit rate.
You have to be good at calling it. You know, call it as you see it, right?
Yep. can kind of manage, you know, what's in your discard pile, your damage zone, your hand, and then you can kind of see that. Okay,
yeah, okay. Well, I think that's pretty interesting. It was a great game. We're gonna go to a break very soon, but we'll be back with round 3. So stay tuned, everyone.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress. It's your leader, Mirai. Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arms card. Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon. Bushiroad.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress. Power up your deck with these new cards. Journey forth with your new allies. Booster pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon. Bushiroad.
Weiss Schwarz.
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad.
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi, player 456. You have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help, but we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and back boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right, if this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right, please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot.
2019 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request. When an opponent is found, the bot will inform you. Now you can video call and contact each other to proceed with the fight. Please be reminded that you may encounter new players, so let's all be kind and patient to everyone. We hope you have fun and stay safe. But that does not mean that our lives and hobbies have to become a standstill.
Yes.
me, Leon, and with me, Amar. So we're back and let's just have a look at the current standing in the bracket, shall we, Amar? Okay, let's see what we have here.
Alright, so the thing about it is that round 2 is officially over, and then you can kind of see that those with X2, they're dropping out. This is the end of the road as it is. We're gonna try our luck in EU or NA region after this. But looking into the standings right now, some very notable names here. I can see the Noodle, very good. 2-0. Saram, is going in 2-0 as well. Very nice, very nice. Anyone you notice here, Leon?
No, I haven't seen a friendly name yet at this moment.
Not yet. Alright, but okay, how about we look into the next standing right there? Maybe we can see from 9 to 16.
Oh, I think I did see Simon. Simon,
going in 2-0. Very hot. Okay, we can see as well. Kyrie is at 2-0. Andre Lee is at 2-0 as well. We just spectated the game. Chanel is at 2-0 as well. Very nicely done. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing the shift right now, because at this stage, round 3, we're gonna be looking into survivability. So yes. Kai has been talking about consistency. So why consistency here, Leon, is because you want to survive all of the Swiss rounds. You go in with a spicy tech decks with playing one-offs. You can kind of see most of those decks are actually non-surviving this time around. Yeah, we're going to round 3. We're seeing a lot of Grand Blues surviving. We're seeing a lot of Shadow Paladins, Bermuda Triangle surviving. Yeah, but let's talk a bit here, Leon, on what are you looking at right now? Which decks do you think will prevail into the top 8?
At this moment, I think Grand Blue is quite favorable at this moment because of, as you said, consistency. Consistency when it comes to card game is always key factor because you want to guarantee every time you go into the gameplay, this is your chances of getting into this combination without any, even despite drawbacks or whatsoever. That's what you want. That's what to keep going. This is why all these decks is currently topping Lombard, Grand Blue, even Bermuda Triangle as well. These are the decks that's currently keeps going around because it's just how consistent they are, no matter the situation, no matter what happens. Am I right?
Yep, but in itself, I'm pretty surprised. I told earlier in the matchup, I'm saying that we're gonna see a lot of Angel Feathers, but I'm seeing a lot of Angel Feathers dropping here. So it's kind of sad to see. But in itself, we have, ladies and gentlemen, we have the next game prepped up for you guys. But we're gonna be looking into the deck list just yet for the players. So let's have a look here.
Okay, looks like we have currently is Gear Chronicle, our first Gear Chronicle of the day as well. This is what appears to be a next stage deck.
Definitely, spicy.
Next stage is one of those decks that's very consistent when it comes to their center column because of their fixed striding mechanic is one of the more efficient ones, and they have options going into their Time Leaper as well as their recently released Chronos Command Dragon. What do you think, Amma?
Well, I'm seeing this is a very stable list, yeah? Nothing out of the ordinary here. It is a next stage centric deck, yeah? But, what the opponent of Sige has to notice here, yeah? Or rather pay attention to is the usage of the Colossus, yeah? So once the Colossus is set down, you know that this is the time to brawl. A lot of your hand is going to be expanded, and the multi-attack capacity from next stage, yeah, is certainly not to be scoffed at.
Because of the amount of force marker they can stack so fast in this deck, basically doing the fixed riding, man, you don't want to be caught in a position where you are kind of restricted or anything like that. But what are the chances?
Things are going to escalate fast. Things are going to escalate very fast right here. You see, the Gear Dog is there, the standard Rebuild is there to prevent you from taking out and drop capacity. I'm excited to see it, yeah? It's very rare that we can actually spectate a Gear Chronicle game, but, seeing in V Premium right here, I'm very excited for it. So I hope CJ can actually bring, their A game today for this one. But let's look at Ashwin's deck. Yeah, the opponent, that we're looking at, a very notable name. Yeah, from Singapore right here, Ashwin, no stranger to the actual competitive scene. And yes, a Bermuda Prism, pretty standard here. What do you think about the list, Leon?
This is quite interesting. It's a Prism deck with a sprinkle of high landing. Okay, because usually from my experience, it's either you're playing A or B, there's usually no in between because of consistency wise. But in this case, it looks like this man is a man with a plan. He knows what he's doing. So we will see how he plays out from here. Because with a build like this, I really looking forward to how it's gonna operate.
It's pretty standard, one piece of, of course, of the restriction of the Perla Sisters. That's gonna be the main beaters right here. The Courtiers are coming in. Pretty difficult to proc right here, considering that there are multiple copies, a lot of copies that are going to be run between the units. Sorry, yes?
I just realized something. Oh no, it's not high landing because it's a multiple rarity. It's a multiple rarity, but I got blindsided.
Yeah, it's a multi-rarity. So it's not like the Samurai Highlander that we saw from Unbridge. It's no. It's a consistent Prism deck right here.
Yeah. My apologies, everyone. My apologies.
Yeah, no worries about that, buddy. So in any case, Bermuda versus Gear Chronicle. A very exciting, spicy stuff that we are bringing to you guys right here on stream. So, in any case, Ashwin himself, Gabriel sold out Satch. Kind of telling us,
why they ran with this deck now.
What they originally wanted to play, but so far, going good. So anyway, the game has already started. We're gonna jump right in, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, it started right up.
Yeah, so Sige is actually going first right there. A little bit, and shouldn't be a problem here running that Chrono Tooth Tiger, yeah. So it's very good at the sense that at the beginning of your ride phase you actually get to draw one. I would say that's the perfect ride for Gear Chronicles, yeah.
The consistently requiring to be in high hand so they can do their fixed riding is always very important for them. To keep up with the consistency.
The thing about Gear Chronicle, even if I do say it's consistent, yeah, but I do meant it only on the deck build sort of sense. The thing about the gameplay for Gear Chronicles in V Premium is that it is very component dependent. They are reliant on each other. Yeah, kind of like how Royal Paladins are, but in this sense they do, because a lot of their effects or a lot of their combos to proc, yeah, requires them specific cards to be on the field at very specific times. So you don't see a lot of Gear Chronicles rampant in the tournament, more so because again, yeah, people are vying for decks with consistency, but you definitely cannot scoff at its firepower.
Definitely, even though it has that kind of issue going on for it, but when it goes off, it really goes off. And if you're not careful with when to plan your early game denials or anything like that, you are more likely to be in a very bad position when you reach to the late game where you have 5 damage and all that.
Alright, so we can see Ashwin riding up that clear right there, yeah. Again, not bad. You can look at top 7 of your deck, you can get that one, either that grade 2 or higher, and probably already put in that Rosa in, yeah. It's gonna be pretty standard zone right here, but Ashwin is gunning for quite an aggressive play right there, yeah. So getting that list a lot. Very good. Oh, not what you want to see.
but he's making the best out of it. So attacking with the lower side first.
So, yeah. Ooh, okay. That's one of the 2 Colossus that is inside Sige's deck, yeah. Don't want to see that early, and you definitely do not want to see that critical coming in early as well. Getting 1 defensive does not save you because this is still a 5k to guard. Oh wait, sorry, that's 23 to 18, that is a 10k to guard. My apologies. This is still big. Going to 4 at grade 1, it's you do not want to see that. This is very dangerous for Sige. This might be a fast game here, Leon.
Not to mention Boomer is going first and they're on force. You will be forced to guard by the end of this.
Well, actually, Gear is the one that's going first, so they have they kind of have like that going for them. But still, unless Sige can pull off a heal trigger right now, you can see that there is still a 3 attack capacity on Ashwin's side. Yeah, during the next turn. There's no next stage here happening if you can't survive the next attacks.
and you won't have a next turn if you're not careful.
Yeah. In itself, alright, so Sige is trying to match the aggression on the board right here. Very smart. If you're playing passively right now, it's not gonna be good. Yeah, so yeah, you got that ear cup right there. It's great. Yeah, you can get the extra drive shot. That's pretty good. Alright, so twin drive, that is blank and blank. That is not what you want to see right now. So Sige might be opting to actually clear the board, yeah.
You chose to take a damage when giving swing, so now it's 1 to 4.
Alright, so we can kind of see that that is a vert. Alright, so non-consequential right there.
So now finally Ashwin's on grade 2.
Yep, riding that Rusa. This is looking pretty grim as it is. He's gonna be looking at the top 7 again. He's gonna be looking for cards that they need. It's pretty systematic what's going on right now. You got that early critical, so now your whole game plan, is on trying to destroy your opponent or disrupt your opponent as much as possible before they ride up to that grade 3. So before we're seeing that Chrono Jet coming up, we might be seeing the end of Arcade.
Yes.
On the Vanguard circle.
But we'll see, because anything can go from this point. Just because you have 4 doesn't mean you can't win the game. As per every Vanguard game, it's hard to say at this moment.
Yeah,
but the situation does.
There's another list lot right there. Definitely not what you want to see. Alright, the Aqua is just going to be bouncing that list lot and drawing one. That, again, is not what you want to see.
Forward. He's going for the attack, it appears. Yep, he has begun the attacking.
So yeah, hand size is pretty okay on CK's side. He can definitely guard all of this, you know. It's just that he has to thank his lucky stars. That is not a critical trigger, yeah. If not, everything will just end here.
But Sage is currently on 5 already. Oh no.
It already is. This is 23k. That is it's just a 5k to guard because of the defensive, thank the stars. So the thing about it is that when you see Gear Chronicles riding up first into the grade 3, again is component dependent. You gotta go into that next stage as fast as possible. You gotta try to get as many drive checks as possible. You try to clear up as many of your opponent's hands as possible at the same time. Yeah, at 5 damage.
This is
you gotta pray for the Hail Mary over here because that vert on Ashwin's side is gonna deal a truckload of damage once it gets to that once the engine is ramped up.
And since I Sage is not riding up, there seems to be a problem. I think, did he not draw his Chrono Jet?
Oh dear. Oh dear lord.
If that was the case, then this is
if that were to happen, that's because there's nothing else, right?
Yeah, there
we go. Yeah, okay. So that's the thing. So wondering what was the delay right there. Maybe kind of thinking about the setup. Yeah, we gotta say that. Yeah, you're kind of thinking of the setup of the field. So, there are a lot of guard restriction cards when it comes to Gear Chronicles right here.
Oh, Force 2?
Gotta. Alright, I mean, I'm not really keen on the idea of that when you can get multiple force markers, but I kind of believe that CK here is kind of thinking that, I don't really have a lot of turns left, so I gotta try to end my opponent as fast as possible right now. Alright.
Having multiple crits on the board state also helps to push the damage, because if he's placed at 1, everything can be let go easily. And he's trying to try to time leaper.
Right. So on the off chance in itself, no, it's not really that bad. You get an extra power up and everything, but you don't really get any multiple drives right here.
But it's probably his best option at this moment, I guess. But he has to play passively, but not too passive at the same time.
Best option will be next stage, but yeah. So this is more reliant on the player themselves, because they know their setup, they know what's in their hands, and they know what they want to go for. As a caster, I have my preference. I want to see the next stage coming out, loud and proud, probably for one last time, but at the same time, so you see that Colossus coming out. So yes, by binding 1 card from hand, every guard consistently from here on is going to be a 2-card guard.
Let's see what's the plan here.
So so the Force 2 is coming in. Still though,
double critical. Let's go.
It's just 13k though. It's just a 5k shield.
Vanguard. Okay. Minimum 2 cards to got this small puny attack.
I mean, what else can we say, right? It's
But that's like the whole idea, because you don't want him to make it too easy. You choose to take it.
Yeah, the possibility, because when Time Leaper Dragon attacks, it's gonna put in the. Again, this is so weird. I mean, wouldn't you want to call out a card that with possibility you can call, freely go up to that Force 2 marker right there? This seems a bit a bit of an unnecessary sight here.
And a bit unorthodox. Perhaps he does have a plan. We will have to see.
Well, whatever his plan is, yeah, I'm dying to know. I'm dying for CJ to actually share it with us. So in itself, yeah. So wondering what would be the best cards to call out right here, and I believe that is a Naboo. Yeah. Again, it's on a non-force 2 circle right there. Yeah. Sure, it has the guard restriction that I love seeing in GC, and it does have that draw capacity as well. But is it enough though? You're on 5. You're on 5. Is it enough for you to survive against Vert? Heck, even Anj next turn. Yeah, either or can kill you.
Let's check. Is that a crit?
It's a critical. Alright.
Okay. Crit power. Okay. Second check.
Ooh,
oh, there's another trigger.
Alright, that is the heal trigger, the much needed heal trigger that CG is looking for. Okay, sort of.
Now they're even.
Yep, and I believe that is a double this a lot on in the damage circle for Ashwin. That's not a pretty sight to see right now.
Yep.
Alright, so everything's a bit ended right here. So that's the final attack from Naboo.
And
at the very least, yeah, there's a draw there.
Now the game has been so-called evenly matched. So now it's back to Ashwin's once everything is processed and forced to.
So yeah, so Sige is going for that force 2 battles right here. Even though the ability of GC to be able to generate about 2 force markers per turn, yeah, is huge. But they're just not biting it, yeah. Sige is just not biting it. It just doesn't think that it's fish season. So they gotta end it. They gotta end it quick. They gotta end it fast. And now, without a Colossus gameplay, yeah, for your next stage turn, kinda wondering how Sigi is gonna do it.
He might have another one in hand already on standby. That's why he's making such a play.
No,
because he wants to guarantee.
CK only plays 2 Colossus in the deck. You saw that one of the Colossus was in the damage zone just now. It got healed out, and the one that he plays was the one that is in the hand. So that's about it. That's about all that's left. All Colossus are out. So the only guard restrictions or guard impositions, yeah, that CK has are the Naboos and Chronojet itself.
If that's the case, then we just have to see how is he going to turn this around now. Because I only just see it from here because it's kind of blur on my end just now. I couldn't.
No worries, but still there are a lot of possibilities. Yeah, cards like Rebul, in the deck in itself, and Kuranta, they're able to send normal units back into the bottom of the deck. So probability of us seeing that Colossus is still high. It's just a recycle game at that point. You put in the Colossus, you call it back out. It's still a thing. It's still a thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So as much as we want to talk about the game plan that is going on right here, yeah. So Ashwin actually did right up into that vert. The Aqua gameplay is going on, and that heal trigger actually we're still seeing on the board, yeah. The hand size wasn't that big, and right now calling out the bind cards, yeah. Yep. All right. So triple drive plus 10k each. It's pretty big, pretty dangerous as well. So we gotta see if CG is willing to actually accept the Vanguard's attack.
Yeah, it seems like his only plausible option at this moment.
Unless there's a double sentinel, yeah. I mean, 5 cards left in hand, no interceptors, 4 damage. Pretty scary. Yep. Yeah, pretty scary. Those Rosars are just whacking. Look at those Rosar and Clears are just whacking at 20 to 30k power a piece. Alright, so choosing to take.
No trigger.
Ooh,
so that was good then.
alright. So we got a game here, ladies and gentlemen. That
is that a heal?
That is a draw trigger.
Oh, that's not. Okay.
Still pretty big. You know, you are now at 23k. Alright, this is gonna whack at 28. It's just a 10k shield. Pretty okay.
Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell, yes. Not to mention that you still have your hand after the end of the turn. It's looking pretty bright for CG at this point because Ashwin's hand is pretty small.
Considering all that he's been doing, he said we saw what he just drive checked. So now the question is about the fake hand right now.
The fake hand, definitely.
Fake hand. Yes, because you already saw some of them that he bounced back earlier.
9 cards
So
in hand, yeah.
and the other cards that he drive checked, so he basically has already see what's there. So now the question is whether can he force it up. And he is on 4, and while the Chrono Jet is on double critical, so I think it's a pretty good odd because he has to guard his attacks, otherwise it will be a problem for Ashwin.
Force 2s are coming out. The thing is, yeah, so now we're seeing the next stage game. You see, double attack, Vanguard Circle has critical. It's not fun. Especially everything is lethal right now, with the exception of the left side board.
Let's see. Come on, Sig.
Are you able to strike? That's the question.
But with the way that he's looking through his card, it looks like he might not.
There might be a few cards sacrificed right here, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, he really has to gamble on it because his hand side is equally not healthy.
So yeah, looking into the
there he
right
did.
there. Alright, so that's a next stage right there being
His his second next stage. Let's see if there's one more. No, he's going to Chroma's command.
Spicy. Alright. So this is more on focusing on the replenishing, the field. So choosing not to go for a next stage gameplay, going for more of a healthier side for rearguard circles. I can't say that it's a wrong move. I wouldn't call it a correct move, but I wouldn't call it a wrong move either, because depending on the top 5 cards that CG is going to call out, it might make or break his game plan right here.
It's not a completely hopeless situation either. So
Yeah, it's
nice.
So yeah, you're seeing that they're definitely putting up a fight right here. Okay, so top 5. Let's go, buddy. Let's look at what do you have. As long as you don't see any yellow borders, you should be pretty happy.
Or at least minimum amount of border, I guess. But now the best thing is that he can also basically block white Ashwin, and Ashwin has to commit some more in his following turn.
The best scenario is getting at least one. Ooh, I am seeing some pretty spicy game tags right here. Alright.
That is nice. He actually managed to get mostly non-trigger units. Oh no, with only one I think that he sent back. Or it was not of any use.
It was already sent back. There's probably a trigger right there. But oh my goodness, getting the ear cup right here is pretty insane. You're gonna get a 4 drive check on your. You're gonna get a triple drive check on your Vanguard.
This is gonna hurt a lot.
Gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt either way.
Yes.
You got ear cup on one side, and then you got Kurunta on one side as well. Yeah, there are a lot of on-place effects that are just waiting in traffic right now for Sige.
And even he also apparently has a he has a lot of counterblocks to go around. He's completely open, so this is like the
pretty healthy soul as well. Can practically bounce that Rosa to the bottom of the deck.
Can Sig turn this fight around in this turn itself?
I mean, it's insane. They can. What CK can do is just bottom deck that Rosa, call out the Colossus from his deck, and still, manage a 2-card guard restriction or imposition, on Ashwin. This is pretty big.
The star has indeed aligned for Sig.
But it depends on whether CK. Yeah, see, so the Rosa has been chosen as a target right there. It's going to the bottom of the deck. Yeah, Grunta is practically forcing Ashwin to discard one interceptor.
Oh, he calls out Chrono Jet.
So did CK actually not put back the Colossus from the previous turn?
Apparently he did not.
That's a shame. Then that means that this is just a Chrono Jet with a guard restriction.
But that's still helpful with all things
very
considered.
big, it's still very big. It's 18k alone, with double critical, guard restrict.
What could have easily one card becomes two.
If it were me, I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah, you take what you can get, right?
So Earcup is also still in traffic right there. So thinking about it. A lot of things are still happening right now as well. Definitely we're a bit weird with it as well, though. That rebuild is definitely not gonna do much there. Alright. So Sentinel being discarded there. Ooh, that is a much needed heal trigger. It is gonna get annoying pretty fast here.
Yes.
So gotta see. Okay, so deciding to put the gear dog into the discard pile right there. Okay. Damage allocation, power allocation, giving it to Chrono Jet. Another heal trigger. Alright.
He's on the ball.
You can't see Ashwin's expression right now, but it's gotta be pretty grim.
Yes. Now Sig has just turned back to 3. He has turned back the clock with his Gear Chronicle.
Riding out the storm right here, and then actually separating the powers. Sort of wondering that is a okay. So I believe that the third card was a whiff. There was nothing there.
Took a damage for the non-crit side, and then goes back to Chrono Jet.
All right, so practically every lane is kinda lethal right now.
Kind of. Okay, here comes the ride up. So force one.
I mean, this is big. I mean, definitely right now. I have to retract my words. CG actually made the correct gameplay just now by using that Chronos command. The dangers of using Chronos command was the idea that you're gonna just look at 3 triggers and 2 normal units on the top of your deck. But CG actually got 4 units that were able to be fully utilized.
But it was probably the most optimum play at the time because he doesn't want to commit his hand, considering that if he has to take the gamble one way or another. Again, it's all down to probability and possibility in this case. Truly a marvel.
So rewriting that vert right now. So the gameplay for Ashwin is pretty much still the same. So without the Perla sisters being in full control,
right now the situation the situation reversed itself as well. Now they are doing the card deck.
Alright.
How many cards is he gonna send? 2?
Just 2 cards. Alright. So so without the Perla sister combos right here, you are dependent only on Rosa and here. No more Licelots, that's out of the book right now. Probably can go for Aqua, but that depends. The hand size on Ashwin's side isn't looking that healthy.
But he has no choice, but he has to go somehow go on the offense and bring Sig back down to 5. Unless he himself performs a double heal trigger, otherwise this would be very difficult. Because right now the difference between the two sides of the board is that Ashwin may have their bigger rear guards, but they do not have the additional damage.
So by pushing up those cards, you can kind of tell that, you know, it's not really that healthy. The hand size isn't that healthy. There's only 5 cards left in Ashwin's hand. Very rare, yeah, to see for a Bermuda Triangle to be pushed this much. I mean, it's as if the 4 damage on the first turn didn't happen.
Or maybe perhaps the 4 damage on the first turn kind of was a telltale sign of how desperate Ashwin was at the time to try and end the fight, because his hand was already not looking so good. Queen drive. Oh no.
It's a triple drive,
okay.
so yeah. So,
okay, sure.
So kind of get a Sentinel there, but it's not gonna do much for against Chrono Jet. All right, and that's it, right? That's all the attacks.
Would he be put as 5 as well? Oh, he put as 5. Okay, he's back to Sage turn.
This is gonna hurt.
This is gonna hurt.
This is gonna hurt.
This is potentially the final turn. Potentially.
Sige is just gonna look for the win right now, yeah. Already.
There should be one more next stage. There we go.
There we go. The MVP. So, you know, it's been teased to us a lot since the first ride in itself. So we know, well, in itself, yeah, you know, the first turn, next stage kinda can't proc because of the grade 2. That's fine. So not wanting to waste it. So we kind of see like a lot of the other spicy grade 4s, yeah. But looking at it right now, I think it's worth the wait. Yeah, it's worth the wait, Leon.
Yep.
We've been teased so much, and then now the grand entrance of the Grand Master of Arms of Gear Chronicle. We're seeing Chrono Dragon next stage entering the stage.
Yes. The time has come.
Everything is just falling into place for Sige right now. Yeah, the current class is just going back up. No sense in just, you know, wasting your hand. But that's the thing, you know. While Force 2 is kind of domineering, yeah, you're kind of forced to put like a booster right there because the powers are all base. Alright, quickly using the Sentinel right now. Ooh,
that was a trigger?
That is a critical trigger. Alright, one thing I'd like to check on as well, yeah, is that was Ear Cup actually used? No, right?
No, yeah, I didn't see him pay the cost for it. Because there would have been the Counter Blast and the Soul Blast, right?
No, a Counter Blast and a discard. But then you get one drive, that's actually not really that bad. Alright. Stage is set, the Sentinel Sentinel restriction is in place, power spike is here. What you gonna do? That's gonna hit for a whopping 26k. Yeah, so Ashwin is just counting, you know. Cards in hand, looking pretty big, actually. Shouldn't be a problem to guard this.
But if he was to guard now, he wouldn't be able to retaliate on his turn because he's gonna run out of cards.
Depending on the situation, that looks like it's pretty healthy. 10k a piece, and that's a super, yeah, that's a no pass right there.
No pass, it's all.
Oh my god.
Oh shoot.
Yeah, that's just big, you know. All things considered, alright, so it's pretty much blank on the other side. So yeah, every lane is lethal, super lethal even.
Yes.
So Ear Cup is whacking right there. It shouldn't be a problem with Kanzen. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem with the Kanzen right there.
Does he have another pair? He should have another.
So Sige is looking to close the game right now, but it depends. I believe that is a... Was that enough? 10, 15, 25. Yeah, it's just a 15k shield, unfortunately, yeah, because of Force 2.
But now Ashwin's only down to 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do?
I mean, Vert can still kind of work in this sense, yeah. That's 3 cards that I count, right? That's 3 cards in Ashwin's hand. 2. Okay, my apologies.
Oh, no, it is
yeah,
3.
Yes, it's 3. So it's still fine. The attacks are still coming in, swinging.
And at least they can do it without boosters, so that's not so bad.
There's nothing that actually the wind has blown out from CK. There's 5 attacks right there.
2 intercepts.
This is like a very desperate moment. All that CK can actually do right now is just put a 1-2 pass for the Vanguard. But you can't really exactly do that for free with Rosa. It's gonna give like the front rows an extra 10k.
Oh, that's why they call him.
And thanks to Tier's ability, yeah, she gets an extra 10. I mean, I'm calling it. You just gotta go 1-2 pass here, buddy. For a triple drive check with the amount of cards that you have left in your hand, that's about all you can do, because I'm pretty sure you're not left with a lot of heal triggers. I think there's about only 1 left, right?
Yes, because I think we saw
that
3.
is it. That's it. That's
there's no more heals.
Oh, that's a heal trigger going.
That's a heal trigger.
Vanguard. And a critical trigger. All right, so that's pretty much it. Yeah. All right.
So close, so close.
So close. The game went back and forth quite a bit there, but Ashwin was able to persevere. Yeah.
Yes, that was so close. That was so close for Sig. He went from 3. They went from like 1 to 5, and then back to 3 to 5, and then now back to this. That was an amazing fight, Arma. What do you think? What do you feel?
Pretty insane. I have to say, you know, no wrong moves right here. I'm loving it. You know, Force 2. Maybe that was about the only thing. I mean, yeah, sure. In Siggy's position just now, it was kind of like a ride and die kind of thing, where if you do not have that marker, you can't push for damage. But at the same time, you saw its effect. Because of a lot of cards that you are running with guard restrict and guard impositions, right? You kind of hope for higher powers right there. Yeah.
That's fun. That's kind of like a Blade Master deck building theory in a way, because Blade Master it's kind of like kind of high power, but you want to make full advantage of the empty board with guard restrict. So sometimes smaller units becomes just as equally threatening, simply for the fact that you're forcing them to guard 2 for something that could have easily settled for 1. Which is good.
This is good. Yeah, so anyway guys, that was action packed. Thank you for riding along with us, but we're gonna cut to a quick break right here, and we'll see you guys for an action packed round 4 very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Yep, we'll see you in a bit.
Little sister.
And I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and Team Leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCSs, it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet this is in my case an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range. To say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Hi everyone, we are back. Okay, so after that really intense Gear Chronicle versus Bermuda Triangle fight, let us have a quick look at the current scoreboard, shall we? Score's looking pretty good.
Spicy. Alright, I'm seeing a lot of familiar names here, Leon. I'm seeing Saram, job well done, 3-0 leading the scoreboard right here. And then you have Reiko as well and Andre Lee. Very consistent matchup that they've been having here. Cal as well, yeah, and the Noodles. Yes, like I said, a lot of familiar names right here. Kuran as well, yeah, champion from last week. Congratulations, you're going 3-0. Are you gonna sweep the AO region as well?
Whoa, if he does, truly indeed.
Yeah, and GGS. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
All right, pretty strong contenders right here. Yeah, but it's still anybody's game here. 96. Alright. Sabrai, alright, very consistent player as well, yeah, so far going 3-0, perhaps making up for last week, yeah. Excited to see what they have in store. Chalice as well, a very prominent name that we've been seeing a lot in the competitive scene, yeah. What about you, Leon? Any names that comes to mind, pop off when you see them? A lot of chickens and a lot of birds here as well.
Yeah, I know, right? But sadly, I haven't seen a friend that's currently playing for the AO this time round. Or either that or they didn't make it. This is one of the things.
Alright. So in any case right here, we have quite a spicy matchup for you, ladies and gentlemen, yeah? One that I'm actually quite excited to see. Leon and I were kind of going 50-50 here, and I know exactly which clan he's rooting for. And I'm probably going to go the opposite side right here. But in any case, let's take a look, shall we, if the deck list is ready.
Oh, Vortimer!
Berserker! Alright. Okay, loving this. Gold Paladin. They have been quite a strong contender, yeah, so far this year. It has a very consistent winning matchup. It has a very strong list, yeah, credibility in tournaments, topping and winning, yeah, Leon. In any case, this is
spectacular.
It's pretty out of the ordinary, I have to say. I mean, yes, it does have run the normal Percival and Spectral Duke that we're seeing right here. The Killer Dragon is very normal as well. But there's a Perimore. There is a Perimore right here, as well as a Drainage, yeah. What do you think about the deck list right now?
I think this is pretty okay because since Go Paladin for this kind of parts, right, it's more like a supportive role. They are negligible for the most part, but when they're there, it's helpful. That sort of thing.
Well, when they're on the field and whacking everyone 24k a piece, yeah, you certainly can't neglect them.
Yes.
But in itself, I believe Basaka been doing quite well with the Golds Bro right here. Yeah, the Golds Bro and Co. I'm excited. Hopefully, Basaka from the United States, you're gonna bring home the gold in itself with this one. But in any case, yeah, let's look at their opponent. Jamal.
Yes, the Vanquisher.
Yeah. What do you think, Leon? You're the expert right here.
Okay, for this Vanquisher deck, looks like it's going for a similar approach where it does not require any counterblast. So damage denying it is definitely not an option, since there is no we wouldn't hinder them for a lot of reasons, except at most you hinder the book there. Actually, personally, I always find that playing the book in this deck, right, it's quite an interesting choice because it's like Counterblast 3, Soul Blast 3, you draw 3 cards, you plus 10k to 3 units of your choice in the front row. Normally, the list that I see, it's not always seen to have this card there. Like, there is an option.
Is it a spicy deck then, this thing? Because you don't really see it in a lot of Narukami decks, yeah?
I guess it's an interesting idea because in the case that you are not able to do an early binding of minimum 3 cards, right, this is an option for you. And this is good to help with late game utility as well. I think this is actually a very spicy idea indeed.
Well, in any case, what's spicier, is seeing the Dragon Dancer Barca in the list as well. You're kinda forcing your opponent to have a hard time right here, to have that a full field board wipe. Nothing is safe. Nothing is safe on the field, and then you gotta expect the multi attacks coming in. Full Bronto is such a consistent deck, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. And this kind of deck, right, the best thing about this is that it doesn't care. For the most part, it does not care. It's just going in, it's just hitting you as hard as possible, as many times as possible, and the attacks only gonna keep going up and hardly ever go down. And it's just gonna hitting you from there and there.
Alright, so in any case, we're excited to see, because this is the matchup for the ages, ladies and gentlemen. Tried and true, Axel Wars has always been fast-paced, high action, and you're going to be seeing a deck that is reliant on his comrades, while there's another one that is just gonna say, nope, you're not gonna have any surviving units during my turn, say goodbye. This is camaraderie versus just a dragon over attack destruction.
The best thing about this whole entire matchup is that they are as you say, they are the complete opposite of each other on the spectrum. While the Gold Paladin focus a lot on having front row attacking units, while the Vanquisher is the opposite of that. But luckily, the Vanquisher so long there is 3 binds, it can just do its thing. And that's the really good part about Vanquisher. So now we are in the game, and let's see what we got here. Basaka versus Jamal.
Okay, so in itself, Gold Paladin going first right now. Oh, this is actually pretty scary, because in itself, you don't want to give it too much rep. Nothing you can do about losing the draws right there, but you can expect that there is going to be some spicy attacks coming in. Gold Paladin doesn't necessarily have to wait for the Great Tree turn, to actually be able to have an all-out attack. But you gotta think as well, your opponent specializes in denying your rear guards, denying your attacks. While there are no interactions when during the battle phase, you can kinda expect a lot of denials coming out when it comes to anti-rushes against Narukamis.
That is correct, but however, the GP deck does require a bit of counterblast. So I wonder if getting damage denied early by Vanquisher at this moment would be a pretty painful experience for Basaka.
It would actually hinder them quite a bit. Yes, in all honesty, going into it shouldn't be a problem. While we think that a lot of the costs are going to be denied if the attack does not go through. However, there's a situation where you don't really care. I'm just gonna wait it out. I'm just gonna keep whacking, and if you're just gonna be denying me in V Premium format, no less, you're gonna be in the world of hurt once Spectral Duel comes to play.
Because you can afford to wait right to that point of the game to one-shot dish or what it needs to do. Am I right to say that?
Yep, but however, you still you're still reliant on getting that Vortima into play right here. Riding on Vortima is pretty important. We're not seeing Basaka actually going through with anything just yet. A lot of searches going out during the first turn. You're gonna be thinking, does he not have? Do they not have what they want right now? Is it not a comfortable unit? And then you can see that the throwouts right there. The Cavalier Dragons are being thrown out. 2 of them, no less.
Meanwhile, on Jamal's side, luckily he rode into Chainbolt. Chainbolt lets him put, say, Vanquisher into his hand at basically no cost. So long as his top 8 is in there, the top 7.
Still in itself, would have been good if
there's multiple. He's trying to Jamal is probably just trying to deck in at this moment. They're doing compression, and he appears to miss, I think.
Yeah, because missing that chain right in itself, while missing out on the Great One isn't that huge, you gotta be thinking as a Gold Paladin player, isn't your whole combo piece running on the fact that you need to be able to have that Vortima in hand?
But I'm pretty sure he'll find a way to sort it out, and somehow still make the situation work for himself.
Well, I mean, the softer option, of course, is in going for Percival. Yeah, it's not a bad cat. It's not really a bad cat if you think about it, but it's definitely not what I call a finisher. All right, so the setups are clear right now. So no damage denials are going to be going for Jamal right here.
Okay, he got a draw trigger. So I guess he's trying to aim to corner Basaka as soon as possible in this case.
So that's one of the two Paramores going into the damage zone right there. Interesting thing about Paramore, yeah, is the ability to just superior call and draw. Yeah. Not to mention getting an additional power or shield if it's called during that turn. Special summon during that turn. So you're going, getting that Vortimer big, but it's gonna be pretty vanilla, not running up to the grade 1. However, the attack's pretty big. You have 3 attacks. Opponent's just gonna take 1. You know, hoping for that defensive, but
that didn't happen.
That didn't happen.
Now
just
Vortimer
yet.
attacks.
Okay, I want to say that it's been slow pace, but right now, yeah, the attacks are just coming in and in and in, and that is a draw trigger. Yeah. So in an Axel matchup, Leon, the lead priority that you want in your hand is a Sentinel. Much less because, you know, there's just too many. You know, there's just too many things to look at. There's just too many things to guard. You'd want a critical or a heal trigger more in your hand at one point, yeah? But still, getting it during a drive check is definitely a plus. If it were me, I wouldn't complain.
There's nothing to complain unless I'm like 3 cards into my deck.
Very beautiful here, yeah? Not leaving a single rear guard, yeah? For J-Mount to do anything about. It's a very accomplished attack. Opponents already on 3. J-Mount's still okay. Yeah, you're still doing fine there, buddy, but
but running into Chatra though, mighty bold again.
Riding onto Chatura can mean only, you know, a few things. It's just that there's nothing else. You're leaving yourself very vulnerable at 8k.
Especially since Basaka is going first as an Exile clan, that could spell a lot of trouble if he doesn't get defensive trigger or at least heal distance.
Definitely. So getting a Spectral Duke, while Spectral Duke can't do anything unless your opponent is on grade 3, yeah, on the restanding side. However, if Basaka managed to get that Percival on a rear guard circle, yeah, that's a bit dangerous right there. It's calling for a bit of a spicy overtake. But in itself, yes, what you gotta see right now, yeah, is J-Mao really gotta need that triggers right here. Save yourself, save your soul.
And he actually got it. He got a heal trigger.
Alright, definitely a welcoming sight, yeah. Putting that Phoenix back into the drop zone, that is where it belongs.
Yes.
And a Shield Guardian, yeah, that's gonna be big, all things considered. Yeah. You have that, free plus 10k. That's gonna deny a lot of damages that's gonna come out right here. Alright, so getting that Spectral Duke.
Exo 2 is been played for Basaka now.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason why this card is highly rated. Yeah, there's a reason why as well that this card is the much acclaimed, much looked for, yeah, in this set. While you already rode on Vortimer, yeah, it gets that extra 1k, making it that cross ride. But again, you know, you go toe to toe with Force clans. You know, going to 13k, yes, getting that Vortimer into Soul, the cross ride is here, and once J-Mao actually gets onto a grade 3, yeah, that's when the critical comes in. Still,
and that's the most important factor of the entire matchup. And being 13k means it can hit force markers units, force clan units without having the boost, and that is very vital in a restanding deck, especially such as Vortimers.
He's gonna restand here and now, anyways. Yeah. It's a pretty solid plan against Narukami because you don't leave much on the field, yeah, for them to bind. Nothing to bind at all, yeah. If Basaka decides to only call out 3. So
we're keeping the damage at minimum.
Yeah, so the damage is at a minimum. It means that when it restands, yeah, it gets a -1 drive instead. So that's fine. Yep. So going for that Percival right there. Huh.
XO2 again, draw.
Yeah, this is not what you want to see right now. But again, as we've seen that the Hill Guardian is already in Jimao's hand. Nothing too big right now. You know, you can get that extra plus 10k until the end of turn. It's gonna block a lot of these attacks. I mean, figuratively speaking, of course. The attacks are still going through.
Unless he plays down the Hill Guardian right now to get a plus 10k to the Vanguard, it will definitely make his life a bit more easier in this regard. Unless Voldemort hits a trigger.
No sense in losing out on the attacks right now. You see, Aglovale in itself is able to get more power, yeah. So it's a grand plan. It's a great plan because you know you are limiting yourself to only 3 rearguards by the end of the battle, and then those 3 rearguards are going to be long gone to be served as fodder for Spectral Duke. So, job well done. Basaka is trying their hardest, yeah, to deny as many binding capacity, yeah, that Jmao has in their arsenal for the next turn. Wisely putting that trigger behind, you know, being superior call, no choice, you know, but wisely putting it behind the Vanguard, so Barca can't get to it.
Now begins the attack.
Yep.
Guards with Jade Bolt first. Okay. That's interesting.
Very interesting. So it means that the attacks are still going through. So Basaka knows this, yeah. So not losing steam, immediately attacking, yeah, with the right rear guard. Ooh, okay. Attack went through. No defensive right there. So most of the attacks are still going through right here. So opting to leave that Aglovale right there. That's pretty interesting. So choosing to boost, so that can only mean one thing. The sacrificial lamb, yeah, that is going to be chosen right here is definitely going to be that booster right there.
That using the ability of Possible, the grade 2.
Oh, Aglovale, yeah.
Aglovale. I somehow always mix up the two.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many choices to choose from. You don't really care what goes into the soul or what doesn't. It's just a matter of preference, right? You know, some players, they don't really like to see triggers in their soul, so they kind of like to still blast it out super fast. It's kind of more like a you know, preference. All right. So
no guarded.
No guarded for this one. All right. So we can see a Dean Range right there and another Spectral Duke. It's going to be pretty solid for the next turn, but not what you want to see in a drive check right now when you want to focus on pushing your opponent. So the Heal Guardian is definitely going to make his appearance right now. So the possibility that Jmao is saving it for this next attack, that could only mean one thing. Either no Sentinels. Yeah, that's just about it. There's no Sentinels.
There's no Sentinel. The slightly powered up Spectral Duke, I think this is where he plays the Heal Guardian, because the most sensible thing to do now.
And there it is. So choosing to get that plus 10k pretty big right now. It means that there's no chance of passing for the Vanguard.
Oh, now the available timing.
That is not what you want to see right now. Yeah, when it
Yes.
but still, it's fine. It's fine. Interestingly enough, yeah, because Basaka doesn't actually play Hill Guardians. They are playing the tried and true, yeah, standard heal trigger.
Maybe because of maybe he's just taking into account that he just took the damage.
Well, all things considered, there's just too much going on here, and I'm loving this so much because the hand size is healthy, the field is healthy in a sense that there is nothing to bind, yeah, from the Vanquisher side, meaning that there's going to be a lot of self-binding going on Jmao's side right here. So riding on to that Vanquisher, gonna be seeing a lot of things right now. More so because J-Mao has their work cut out for them to get that 3 bind cards. Another question that we need to also question, is whether or not full Bronto is making its appearance to right now. This very turn.
It might be his only choice if he wants to catch up with the fight, because right now the damage is too far ahead, between 5 to 2. And if he can full Bronto, he can at least minimum guarantee 2 attacks, 2 hits to go in at least, if Basaka want to keep his hand healthy and in check.
Shouldn't be a problem. We're seeing the Mighty Bolt Dragoons, right there. If memory serves correctly, that there is a Phoenix inside the drop zone as well, but not gonna be much help here because there is nothing to bind in the opponent's rearguard circle. So Rising Phoenix is definitely not gonna make an appearance now. No extra attack, no cheesy special attacks coming out. This is a pretty difficult match for J-Mao.
It doesn't appear to have other supporting rearguards other than the 2 Mighty Bolts, apparently.
Because alright, so Jaggy Shot is there, that's not bad, but it does say something. Ooh, okay.
There we go, that's where the book comes into play. So in the case that your opponent doesn't give anything to bind, he can use this to make up for the lack of...
The lack of the usage of Counterblast and Soul allows them to get, draw more cards in. It does kind of make a question, on the usage of the Jaggy Shot right now on that XL circle, but it's fine. You've already drawn it out. You've already given power to all the front rows there. Definitely fine. Definitely a strong move. Wouldn't say wrong. It's strong.
I see Rock Climb has made its appearance.
Probably a good draw right there, because running that Shatura early just now indicates that J-Mao actually didn't have any other grade 2s. Okay, so in any sense right now, what we're going to be thinking is on the order of attack. So the Jaggy Shot making its appearance can only mean one thing. The full Bronto is full on ready to swing. And having that Rock Climb Dragoon as well, means that there are multiple capacity or probability that Chatura or even a Chain Bolt Dragoon, can make its appearance right now.
The way he just attacked, so something's gonna definitely get bind from hand appears in that empty rearguard circle. With the way that Jamal plays, something sure is gonna pop out. Okay, skill activates. You self-retire, draw 1, and bind a card from hand. Is it charge draw? Oh, it'll be Chain Bolt.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
That's fine.
Multi attacks coming in. You have to calculate the amount of times that cards are bound as well.
If he can hit this turn, then this front row gets plus 10k. If Vanquisher able to proc off, so now Vanquisher goes into the attack.
It's gonna be big because you'd want to combo off with full Bronto's ability as well, of getting an extra 10k there. But again, it all depends. Okay, so there's Bianca right there. All right. Much welcome, but much needed by Basaka as well. All right, so we're seeing that Barca in hand. Not gonna do much, unfortunately, for now.
Unfortunately.
Alright, so distributing the trigger and the power right now. Preferring to actually input another the power to the Chain Bolt. Alright, so that is...
And no trigger for Basaka side?
That's a whiff. Ooh, that's not really that good because now Jaggy Shot's gonna attack. This is full Bronto coming out. Yes.
Yeah, there we go.
Alright, so magnificent attack in itself, from the first stint. This this is not gonna end well.
But Jamal has indeed made a splendid play because simply what he did earlier was to have the book, as we mentioned earlier. And then now he has the book, he makes up for the lack of because he ran against Mortimer.
Power's gonna be bigger, only because full Bronto gives an extra 10k right there, so that's another 10k off for Jackie Shot. Attack's still going through.
The Jackie Shot just got out.
No defensive from Basaka, that's bad.
Jackie Shot gets extra 10k because full Bronto has appeared.
The defense, the impending doom, that you can see right now is that, of course, now probably that Sentinel in Basaka's hand is gonna come in handy. You do not want to eat the Vanguard's attack at that moment. But I believe what Basaka is thinking about is whether or not to actually allow the Jackie Shot's attack to pass, because that will actually allow himself to be put into the 5 damage zone, to deny any cheesy extra heal maybe that's coming out. But in itself, what Basaka has to worry about is actually overextending on the hand capacity.
Yep. And Jackie Shot allows the player to draw at the end of the battle. So increasing the defensive capability on Jamal's side. So meaning Basaka, when he's going to go for the kill the next turn, he might have to commit more, and which will probably play right into the hands of Jamal.
Okay, so we're seeing some, so 2 triggers, so an Agla Veil and a Cradle Trigger being put down there.
Now the Vanguard attacks.
I'm seeing a lot of things that are happening right now, and a lot of things now are the pressure, the pressure that is being set upon, the fangs of the Narukami is slowly back closing in on the Golden Knights. So yes, so we see the Sentinel being played out right now. Discarding the Spectral Duke, leaving Basaka with only 5 cards in hand to spare. So the final attack right here,
Is he gonna take it? Chances are he would, because it's only 1 damage. But that will put him in a position to heal. Oh, and there's no heal. Now it's both on 5-5. In just 1 turn, both players are on 5-5. On both each other's grade 3 turn. This is impressive.
So going back into the original Vanquisher right there, it is a turn well spent from Jamal.
It's a good reverse.
But now Basaka, with losing so many of their rear guards thanks to their own skill, of course, but definitely fine right there. Shouldn't be a problem. We're seeing the final Cavalier Dragon coming out. Superior calling whatever it is that's coming out from the rear guard circle. Top deck. Is that a Percival?
Yes, it is a Percival. Nice top deck.
Yep, definitely. So this one can actually set up the board right now. So yes, Basaka is thinking, do I want that extra axle circle right here? But you gotta know, right? Definitely doing it. Discarding the drains. Yes, putting down that axle circle right there. Sweet axle circle on top of it all. Can search the deck for an Agla Veil.
I think he needs to consider his counterblast because he's severely low on counterblast now. So maybe he was considering his option.
2 is fine, definitely. Spectral uses only about 1, and the key point right now is that no other units should be using the counterblast anymore. Most of them will be reliant on the soul, and that's why you have Agla Veil. Agla Veil just replenishes the soul into the effect. But right now, putting that 3 cards down to the bottom of the deck, upon the request of the opponent. A lot of spicy things are happening on the side of Basaka right here. So not to mention, that upon restand, thanks to the ability, thanks to the extra added addition effect, of the opponent, being on grade 3, Spectral Duke now has a critical. And of course, because Basaka is already on 4 damage or more, he's gonna get an additional drive check. Barrymore. I like that.
Barrymore surprisingly comes into handy at this very moment because it's a power up from its auto ability when placed by card ability.
Yeah, it does. But of course, yeah, if just coming from hand, you know, you can cut the plus one, you can call it grade 2, you can get another draw. It's
he calls on another one. Oh no, that's a
another
Agloville.
So reason being is that as much as Basaka would like to commit to damage right now, doesn't want to leave too many rear guards left on the field at the end of the turn. Yep, you don't want to give the Narukami any free binds. And
But at the same time, this with the way that he's playing, he's considered this might be the final turn for himself.
Gotta be. Look at it. Look at the hand size.
He's going for the brook. So let's see. The first battle has commenced.
First attack.
Both players on 5.
Alright, that's just gonna take about a 10k shield. Shouldn't be a problem. And going for Spectral Duke right away. Yeah. I like it.
Perfect guard.
Forcing out that perfect guard. Yep. Hopefully that's a trigger that we're seeing right now.
Oh, there is a trigger.
We do see that Fortune Bell coming out. My god, that is an extra critical, that is an extra lethal, yeah, being given to a rear guard circle right there. It's looking pretty hot. Alright, so retiring those 3 rear guards, yeah, that Vortimer grade 2 really isn't doing that much, but then it is a great addition to be retired, yeah?
And he got a counter charge.
Yep, because it can be put into soul and can be counter charged. That is a great way of managing costs, yeah? Again, you know, just to toot the horn of the Gold Paladins, you know, this is why the deck is just that strong. It's a dealer's choice. It's very popular in JP as well.
And another perfect guard straight from Jamal's hand.
Gotta be, you know, you gotta guard as much as possible right now. Alright, the drive check's coming in. Alright, so we're seeing that's the great.
Oh, another trigger is a draw.
It's a draw trigger, much welcome right there. You know, you can kind of distribute the power right now. Everything is going on quite big. Alright, just draw that card and then look at the final drive check. That is, not gonna lie, yeah, but seeing those Vortimer and that Gorbadoc right now is, yeah, it's okay. It's 10k shields. Alright, so in any case, you know, the last few attacks are coming in right now. So yes, so Basaka right now is explaining the distribution of power. Not to mention that, you know, there's the hidden powers from Aglovale as well. Not many people know about, or rather they are caught unawares.
Oh, he took the damage.
Oh
no. Jamal has took the 6 damage.
So
unfortunately.
That is pretty unfortunate for the full Bronto, but still a very solid performance from Gold Paladin right there. Splendid job, yeah, in actually denying the cost necessity, yeah, of binding the opponent's field.
And not to mention he actually managed to keep his board healthy even despite that despite being hit so hard the previous turn with only so little cards. I mean, that's the magical thing about GP, right? Is to make something out of absolutely nothing by having a bunch of things to call out stuff. It was amazing top deck as well. That both sides have performed really, really well.
I mean, in itself, the way that was played by Basaka was handled very beautifully. The deck wasn't meant to be denying the field that much, but you know, they played it in a way that allowed them to actually fully showcase, or you know, make the versatility of Gold Paladin to shine. You know what? If you're going against decks that requires us to multi-attack and have our regas on board, we're gonna let them stay. But if there are decks that require the cost of us sacrificing our own units, we're not gonna let them do that so easily. Yeah, we're not gonna let that pass. You know, if anyone's gonna destroy our own knights, it's gonna be us. It's gonna be Spectral Duke. But still, splendid play from both players. But you know, what was the highlight of the match, Leon?
I think the highlight of the match was the part where Vortimer actually managed to fully flood his board in one turn. In that one turn, despite having that little hand size, he got everything out and make that retaliation turn. Not to mention that the other highlight I really liked was the fact that when Jamal was completely denied of his bindings, he got the book the previous turn to make up for the lack of 10k that was supposedly provided by the 3 binds.
Alright, right. So Barrymore and Wranglerville coming in clutch here. Alright.
Yes.
In any case, gang, that was an action-packed round 4. So we're gonna be going on a quick break right now, prepping up for round 5. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and we'll see you in a bit.
Alright.
Weiss Schwarz!
Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection, so we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people, for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of I was scared at first to join because as you said, it's through a webcam, and cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually, unexpectedly, the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta, since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram, it's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you, and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now into round 5 of the tournament. Leon, how's it been?
Guy. It's been amazing, man. You should have seen the previous 2 matches. They're just so good. It keeps the hype up for everybody else. I'm sure you're watching as well. It's really, really great. We're having a really good time. So,
yes,
shall we look at the scoreboard first in the meantime?
Yeah. Let's go take a look. And some familiar faces here. We've got Kel, right? WCC Kel.
Andre.
He top 8'd. He top 8'd last week in EU. But then we got Andre Lee, the previous world champion as well, right? And then we got Chalice, another well-known name. Let's go to the next page. Basaka is still there as well.
Yeah, Basaka is definitely still there. We just watched him.
Ashwin, Gabriel Teo as well.
Gabriel Teo, he was there last week as well.
Yeah, Gabriel was top 4 as well last week in AO. So some very consistent players. Kevin Cho, top 8 at AO as well. And then we got Saram and Karan. Karan the winner as well. Karan, those last 3 sitting at X1. So it's I think that they're on the edge. They're on the edge. But they got 4 rounds more. They have to make sure they don't lose anything to get that confirmed spot. And that's just how it is, right? We got some players though. Let's look at some decks, right? Do you want to go? Let's jump there, right? First we got Sage, and he's got something weird. What is it? What is it, Leon?
Isabel. This is a deck that I don't see very often actually. Usually the ones that I see is either a Leopold type or a Big Belly type sort of deck. But yeah, Isabel is one of those things that I don't really get to see these days.
Yeah, there's a lot of different builds of Great Nature, and the other one that's very easy to build and also quite popular is the hamster build. But Isabel is low-key regarded by some of the best players as really good, or decently good compared to the other versions, right? And probably better than the Big Belly one in V Premium. Now, out of all the builds, the Great Nature, the Isabel Great Nature version, doesn't multi-attack as much because its Excel generation is not as good as the hamster one. But what it lacks in multi-attacks, it makes in huge amounts of power, right?
Yes.
Isabel is able to proc effects twice. It's able to make both effects work. So you can get some insane value when you combo it with Binoculus Tiger or any of the other effects that do have 2 effects and one gets triggered. If you get both of them, that's just good. So you'll see situations where they get a bunch of power, do a bunch of things while getting huge lines that have like a Monoculous Tiger boosting and makes it really, really hard to guard. So it's kind of it with the Isabel build. Let's kind of look at the next one from Conan Kudo. And this one,
Prism deck.
Yeah, this is just the most honest Prism deck I think we've seen the whole day. Literally, just pure Prism. Right, it's literally the old Prism deck, and all they've changed is they've added in 4 Heal Guardians. They didn't even bother with Nectaria or anything like that. Just the good stuff, and just put some more good stuff in. And if it works, why change it, right? Why change it?
Exactly. I guess the only thing that sets this deck apart from the rest is that it is keeping to its base rarity. So it's not like a lot of cards there. It's the same things, but otherwise, yeah, as you said, it's a very honest Prism deck. Not much, just going for what already works and sticking with it as game plan.
Yeah, and I mean we've seen a lot of variations of Prism recently. The most noticeable one in the last few rounds has been the Highlander variant, but this one has its pluses in that it just has a solid game, just has a solid, consistent game, and it'd just be nice to see how this fares against something like an Isabel, right? Isabel, something you don't see very often, but also something that is relatively feared. Yeah. So, what do you think, Leon? What do you think of this matchup? Do you like it?
I do like this matchup because not only I get to see Isabel competitively, which is already quite a rare sight as it is, and not to mention, since it's such a rare deck that appears, right, would the opposition be able to, as they could skills or experience to go against the Isabel deck. Because sometimes things like this catches you off guard because you don't see it often enough. So it's like suddenly, oh, I didn't know you could do that, and then just bam, you just lose because you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, that is true. And Isabel, let's jump to the game. But Isabel does have this. It's surprising sometimes at the power lines it can make. So if you're not used to playing against this deck, you don't know when to stop doing damage. And because the Isabel now has some extra tools like the afflated Lima, it's able to get around one of its old weaknesses, which was being counterblast, denied, and controlled. So it'll be good to see if how this actually plays out. So on the left, we've got our Great Nature player, Sage T-Tai, and then on our right, we've got Bermuda player, Conan Kudo. And since Conan is actually going first, he has a great chance to drop some Lieselots if he has any. And that will definitely swing the early aggression in his way. He is going first. So it's actually relatively favorable for Isabel going second, because if it goes first, Isabel doesn't really do anything. His opponent needs to be grade 3 or greater for its premier skill to go off.
There's a bit of a card control there in terms of ability, but we'll see. Because sometimes it's hard to say how things will go, depending on the checks and what they get along the way.
So Sage riding a grade 3 searcher. Will he hit? He gets an Isabel. He has one of the Isabels. It's a bit of an angle, unfortunately. But that means he'll probably discard the quick shield here. Playing the Crayon Tiger sleeves, so you can already see it's a big fan right there. And looks like they've stopped.
It's just deciding where he wants to do the deck cutting, I guess.
Oh, he might need to change the angle.
Yeah. Because it's very still. It's very.
It's very tilted.
Oh, I think he's doing. I think this is laptop. That's why.
Oh yes. The laptop gang.
Yeah.
He needs to get those tilted laptop kind of boards, right?
Yeah.
And then he can get the laptop facing downwards more.
Or maybe something just to lift up the laptop so that it can maybe face E45 more effectively.
Yeah. We get to see more of the player's room. This is, sitting at home enjoying card games.
Yeah. Yeah. I think his shirt. I think he also needs as well to see his shirt because it's like run. That's like a heads up.
Right. Okay, he gets a quick shield there, and I think he's just going to discard that quick shield. Unless, no. At least the camera quality is pretty good though. So you can see
it's well the clearer cameras.
It's clear. The power of technology.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, I want to see how aggressive the Great Nature player plays. They're both running like relatively similar trigger lineups, no extra draws. It's actually pretty interesting because Great Nature, especially Isabel, can favor running 12 crits, but he's decided to run 4 draws on top of that as well.
Maybe just for like safety reasons, because sometimes you feel a little unsure when you run like a high critical kind of deck. It's like, if I don't draw my parts, I gonna have problems, right? You just can't risk it. That's where it comes to like tournament based, the kind of mindset.
Yeah, I think like Isabel can kind of just push, just run 12 crit and just have that super threatening lines where you just have to guard or you're just infinitely dead. Those lines are hitting too big. They're hitting with crit. They have guard restrict. But yeah, let's see how aggressive Conan does as well. He has the tempo advantage here going first. Playing Prism allows you to dictate the pace of the game. He can go all the way like very, very ham if he wants to drop a lot of his cards. And the funny thing is that with Sage, since he is playing Excel, his lines are smaller. Although Great Nature does have something like a Compass Lion that is really big. He does not run in this deck, so he's going to be facing a lot of lines of just 9Ks.
All the pokings.
Yeah, and it's really hard to poke when you're 9K and your opponent's 10K. So
But that's for the early. But once the Excel cycle comes in, I guess that would definitely make their life much easier. But that also depends whether Sage is playing for Excel 1 or Excel 2 as well. But usually it will be Excel 2, right?
You definitely go Excel 2 in the matchup. Excel 2, like picking XLs, if you're against like a Protect clan or something like Nubatama, which is a Protect clan, but also they drop your hand. XL1 can be fine. It really depends on the situation because your base numbers are hitting good numbers, right? So your 12 is hitting 22 instead. So that's just a good number to hit. But if you're facing against Force, usually it's better to go XL2. Again, not all the time because, you know, the 9K, the 9Ks, the 12Ks, they're not hitting any special numbers. So you might as well get the draw to sustain your hand.
Fair point, fair point. Okay, they decided to do a bit of a tiny brushing. So there's a...
so the Aqua looks like she was swinging in, gets a damage, right? Gets a damage. The Tiger goes to damage, and now the Vanguard attacks. Boom. Another damage comes out. That is a draw trigger, though.
Yep.
So nice draws, right?
Came at a good time.
So it would have been nice. Would have been nice if the damage triggers were another way, but you know, Sage can make big turns. He can make big turns as Isabel. He's starting off with one of them already. He is going with the Hamhiko. This one allows him to look at the top card of the deck and put one of them into the hand. So he can kind of select what he wants and then throw the other one away. When you mill things, when things are put into the drop zone in this deck, they can trigger a lot of things too.
And so he's retaliating with his own 2 rear guards as well, hoping to push on damage.
Yeah. It's got the zebra out. He's boosting as well. He's boosting, so it's very nice. He's also using a skill. And I think he's boosting with the ringtail. So let's see, milled an Isabel. He should be able to draw a card. And we're starting to see his advantage flow. Right. Triggers a heal. That heal is very big. Goes back down to 1. Has a heal guardian now to survive the next turn for grade 3 Prism, which is big. Prism doesn't get 5 attacks, it only gets max 4 attacks next turn, but you know, a heal guardian can really go out of the way to save him.
That is correct. And not to mention that now they are even, the odds are even between 1 to 1. So it's not so bad. Okay. Now it's Prism's turn.
Yeah, the Zebra Swing getting 1 damage, getting out a Lieselot. Now we haven't seen any Lieselots on Conan Kudo's side. And I mean, part of the strat for Prism is to get value Lieselots, call a Lieselot, get a free card. You can bounce that card back if it's a trigger. You can fill your soul if you really need to, or you can bounce the Lieselot with another Aqua just to get more value next turn, and continuously get value. He's played down a Spiana, it seems, but unfortunately he didn't put anything back, so I don't think there's any targets. And now he's binding for Vert's skill. He's called a card as well. Can't really see what that card is, but put a Spiana behind that as well. Bear in mind that is 2 Spianas already on the field. So I think that's just another Vert on the field. Which is fine, right? He can bounce the Vert back. The nice thing about Vert's skill compared to the other Prism decks, or other Bermuda decks actually, is that she can actually bounce triggers, while the other ones can only bounce normal units. So you just get some nice value even when you call a trigger off Lieselot. And Sage is dropping a Heal Guardian. I'm assuming he's put the 10k on the Vanguard, and now he is 19k for the rest of the turn, which is pretty nice, though things are still hitting. This side is hitting 21, if that is a Vert. If it's not, then it won't hit.
Okay, now moving on to the Vanguard attacking. chances are it's a no guard.
This should be a triple drive as well, so extra threatening. He is going to bounce things back, and he calls 1. Usually you'd call 2, but because his opponent's not on grade 3, he calls 1 instead. And he is calling a Rosa. Unfortunately, can't use the Rosa's skill to compress his deck more. Ideally, on your first turn, you want to call a clear, just because she's a straight up just draw a card. Second check and third checks. Looks like it's blanks. It's blank city, and then 1 damage comes down, and that is also not a trigger. It doesn't think.
It's not a trigger, so it's coming in at full force. Should be effectively a 5k card.
Yeah, this is a 30k attack, but easy 15k guard thanks to the heal guardian from before. And I mean, Sage is okay. He's at 1 open counterblast though, but only at 2 damage. So he basically has at least probably 2 turns of living in this situation, unless he gets some lucky with triggers as well. But now you can see Sage. He is riding Isabel. I guess he's riding the Sage Saint Isabel, which is similar to his name as well. Actually, they're both sages, so his name just kind of spoils the deck. You can see that. But this one gets to activate some effects twice. The best target for this effect is actually the other Isabel, because the other Isabel can get insane. He gets double the power and can get effects too, or get cards back. I mean, so
kind of like a recycling mechanic.
Yeah, like. You can see it here. I think he's just doing it right now. But yeah, the double power gain is really strong, simply because it's just like a plus 30. So people don't really expect that. People kind of forget that, you know, old Isabel does have a Vanguard and Reguard skill. They usually just remember, okay, the first skill lets me lets me use both effects, but she actually has a second one, which is very strong. But one of the weaknesses back then for Isabel was that the soul was the limiting factor. But again, thanks to the Lima, soul and counterblast, not really a problem, especially in Isabel, because you get to countercharge and soul charge. While most of the other Great Nature decks only get 1.
It's just to make up for their consistently low board state for the most part, so they get something like that, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, they don't it's not exactly low. If they don't face any decks that retire, they basically have no issues. It's just true. Like, if you look at this field, he has 4 front rows. He will only get 4 attacks. He won't have anything that restands. He won't have anything like Narukami that just pops out again and again and again. So what you see is what you get. But what you don't see is sometimes those dice get very, very high and you don't expect it.
That's true.
You suddenly lose your entire hand.
Going for the early guarding in some...
You really have to. If you don't early guard, it's going to be painful. Like, this attack should be very painful. I think that's a Monoculus in the back row. So that is a crit. It'll be interesting to put everything on that, because it's going to force out so much hand. But it looks like he's pointing to the Vanguard, so crit probably goes on Vanguards. And the second crit comes out. That means 3 damage right here. And I mean, for Conan, it's fine. He goes to 4 damage. The other side doesn't have a crit, so he can actually just take that last damage. But we're looking at next turn could be the big leagues, right? It could be just the game over next turn if he's not careful. And I mean, I think Sage can still swing in and get something, because I think Conan got 1 trigger, but that is not enough to stop, and it still can be hard to guard if he can use what I assume is Monoculus Tiger, but he might not have enough soul actually. The cards underneath the Vanguard circle look very, very empty.
So is he going to take that? Is Conan going to take that as well? Oh, he took it.
He gets a draw trigger. It's okay. It's okay. You know, getting an extra card. His hand is also quite low too. So this could actually be Conan's final turn. It's pretty strong. When you look at Sage, he was able to do so much with just one counterblast. And in a way, if Conan wants to play it very safe, he could attack into all the rearguards right now and try and control the pace of the game. Try and heal down, because he does have the triple drive to fall back on. But if you really want, maybe he's afraid of just you kind of. That's a heal.
Yep,
that's a heal. Fortunately, he has to call it or put it to soul because of Lee's a lot. But it really would have been nice to stay at the top of the deck.
But it happens. This kind of stuff does happen. So, but now the question is how he's gonna work with it.
Yeah, it's. You can bounce it back. I mean, as Prism, you can bounce it back, but he is committing. He is actually committing. I think he played a Rosa over a Rosa. He's got a lot of counterblast to work with though, which is fine. He's binding a clear? Is that a clear? Did he get 2 clears? Yeah. He's put one of them to the hands. Then puts the other one to the binds. So he should be set up with Vert. He can. He should be able to bind the Rosa, and then life is good.
Do you think he'll be able to push Sage to the 5 damage this turn within this short burst?
It's feeling like it. That his field development looks like he's going to do it that way, and hope for the best. What he can do though is he can also like push 1 damage, then try and kind of Vanguard attack the Vanguard, and then hope his opponent doesn't guard or decides to take a risk, and the triple drive just takes care of the game, right? But I think like Sage's hand seems okay. There's a few cards there, so I think he should be able to guard. This one's just 20k, so it looks like he's just going for the Vanguard right now. So Sage is taking a damage, and now the question is, does he want to take a risk?
It's a pretty good odd that a double critical might show up.
Yeah, with triple drive, anything's possible, and he does get another compression right here with Rosa coming in.
It's quite high powered as well.
Yeah, he definitely should use it, because you just want to compress now and hopefully get into another heal. And if you do, you will have another counterblast to work with next turn. And if you don't, you can 6 damage heal and still get another counterblast next turn.
That would be a huge gamble. I mean, probably way too big.
Oh, in this situation, you kind of got to take the gambles. But I think that is 2 verts in the blind zone. I think a lot of Prism players do underestimate the value of Vert. When they see the deck, they first go, okay, you know, why do I need multiple copies of my Vert? Sure, I can get more force markers, but my front line is also hitting very, very big. Well, decently big, right? Because Clear herself gets a 10k, Rosa gives your front row 10k, so why do I need extra Verts? But it's just mid-maxing, pretty much. And thresholds, the power thresholds that you hit with Vert is very impressive when you have multiple force markers.
Indeed.
Unfortunately for Conan, it looks like that was just very poor drive checks. Another, we triple drive and get blanks. And not in this situation.
And that's twice in a row.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Conan, to be honest. Especially those blanks aren't really going to help him with Isabel's skill.
Intercept, and then his turn is over. He only managed to do like 1 damage this turn. Hopefully he still has the next turn.
Yeah, Sage is being very, very careful. Sometimes as a player you can go, okay, I can just take this. I don't have to worry about it. But he's playing very careful with his damage. He's not taking too much damage at once. He's taking just enough for how much a counterblast he needs in a single turn. He actually rewrote another Isabel, so he's pretty good to go, getting another Excel too.
He goes full all out this turn. I think Conan might be in trouble.
Yeah, if he gets some crits this turn, it's not looking good. Let's see what else he develops. I think that's another Isabel, another grade 3 Isabel Soul Blast for the effect, so it gets 15k and he gets to mill a card and he gets to just get it back into hand. So very nice, very nice. That is, he can also, I don't think he has enough soul to proc it again, but ooh, okay, he's playing some Binoculars Tigers down. This is actually huge. Binoculars is a very, very annoying card to deal with when you're against an Isabel deck, because he gets the 5k, he gets to spread 3 5ks around, also gets to retire something, and also draw a card. So he's getting lots and lots of value just from one counterblast. Now, the problem here though is that he's going to use Isabel's skill to reproc skills, and unfortunately that means you don't get to use Binoculars Tigers. But maybe we're going to see that Lima come into play and do its job. But no, I think he's just going straight to the attack.
He probably wants to end the fight right here, right now, because if he tries to do any more stunts, it might not be feasible.
Yeah, it just means that he doesn't have Lima in his hand, because if he has it, he can probably play it down and get even lethaler.
That's true, and as well get some counter charge in while he's at it, since he's counter pass.
Counter charge and soul charge, which is now he is able to he copied the Isabel skill and to look at top 3 cards again, so he knows what's coming. He knows what's coming. And like the deck is called, double crit, right?
Yeah.
It's called top 3 double crit. That's right. So
that's definitely the game plan. So 2 drive, first check.
So there is looks like it's a crit, and he's putting it. He knows what's coming, and that's a draw trigger, I think. So
there's a draw right there. So he has a crit and a sentinel.
2 damage.
Check. And it's over.
That's right. Unfortunate.
That was so unfortunate for Conan. He really got beat down pretty hard the last turn from the double critical.
Yeah, I mean, if your Conan really didn't have any space to breathe there, right? I think the only way he might have been able to get out from that situation is to really slow down the game. And by slowing down, I mean just probably not even giving a single counterblast to Sage, because otherwise Sage can start doing effects. He can start stacking the top of his deck, and those are things you don't want to have when you're so far behind where Conan was. You've got to slow it down and then kind of regather yourself, get your triple drives going, get some checks, and then when you're safe enough, then you can start pushing. Of course, right? Great Nature does have countercharge capabilities, but you want to make them work for it, right? You don't want to just go, maybe he doesn't even have the Lima, right? That situation there, we didn't see any Limas come down where it would have been advantageous for him. So if he doesn't have the Lima, then his turn is going to be very weak, and you get to maybe live another turn until you're ready to at least push.
It's all about the long term and the end game. So yeah, I guess it's also thinking back, right? Even if he did try to do that, the situation might have been a bit too difficult unless he had some sort of a double heal situation. But unfortunately, he didn't get that as well.
I mean, with Bermuda, right, especially Prism, it is definitely one that can get double heals because you are driving more. You can actually even put your heals back into the deck with Spiana. We did see he has Spiana, so he could have played very conservatively and just pushed it up, bounced it back to hand, and play slow again. But a good job on Sage's side. We got to see the power of Great Nature and why you shouldn't really underestimate it. So,
yes.
Any last thoughts, Leon?
No, that is all. That was truly spectacular play from both sides and well played for both.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, then we'll be heading to a break and we'll be back very shortly.
See you in a bit.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad
time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so well, it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looks like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019, and so my first event was BSF France 2019, and well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event, so I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year, and then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent, you only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Welcome back, everyone. We are entering the last few rounds of Swiss today. This is round 6, Leon.
That's fast, bro. All these matches are so exciting, and we're already going to coming to an end soon of the Swiss. So, but before we get to that, shall we see the standing?
Yeah, let's jump to the standings. There are, again, it's getting there, but all the undefeateds right now. I've got Kelvin at the top, right? Andre Lee, we've got Gabriel, Sabriai, we've seen him before, Bizarka as well, and Kevin Cho. These are some very well names, and I get the feeling they are all playing a very similar deck, but we'll see soon.
We'll see soon.
But again, then we got Saram in 8th place. The top of the X1s. If we flip over to the next page, we've got Karan, he's dropped to X1 as well. Chalice, Simon, Wildbird, Chairman, Adrian Lee, Sergeant Ray, and at the top got Reiko too. So all these X1s all competing to get into the first page, because you want to be there if you want to make it to day 2. So I think we've kept you waiting a bit long enough, right? Let's jump to what we're looking at right now in round 6. So the first deck, we've got Notorious Et, well-known name in the online community, well-known for playing DI, and he's playing DI in this V Premium as well. Any thoughts, Liam?
Shah, I haven't seen this in a while.
Yeah, well, Shahrot, it's been staying around for a bit. When it goes off, it goes off. It doesn't matter how good your deck is, you'll get shut down. And with the Hope on Dump as the finisher, it's as long as you get enough soul, a number of terrors, you will win every game you face.
This game is basically one of the more honest decks we've seen today as well. It's just doing exactly what it needs to do and get it done, and I believe the soul charging game will be very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see how players adapt to this as well. So it'll be interesting to see any adaptations by his opponents. So let's go take a look at what they're playing and to see if they can. Well, it is the Dodge, right? The Dodge, and he's playing a strange deck. This is not something you see very often, and this is Neo Nectar, or Musketeers from the new Clan collection. Any thoughts on Neo Nectar?
My thoughts on it is that when I fought against it, it's actually quite efficient for what it is. Even though it just came out recently, but thanks to the way that it functions, it generally doesn't have to worry about its board states or anything like that. It's always consistent. It's one of those decks that is very, very consistent. I highly believe it's one of those very good underdog decks that we get to see today, and see whether we can make it to the top.
So out of all the 3 attacker clans, or 3 attacker decks, Neo is one of them, but is able to compress the deck very hard, hit big powers, and if you're a 3 attacker deck, that is basically what you want to be doing. So, so I guess when they're ready, we'll be jumping into the game, but it should be interesting to see who's able to take it, the Neo Nectar or the DI, if it can really high roll and get its number of terrors going and really just smash through his opponents.
If you were to ask me, right, I feel like the odds are pretty favorable towards the Neo Nectar, considering how fast they are. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see how he adapts. So we're jumping into the game already, and we have Noto starting his grade 3 turn. And it really just comes down to how good his grade 3 turn. He only has 1 counterblast. We've been able to see, I've been talking about the adaptations from players versus DI. Limiting damage is very important because it stops your opponent from soul charging, and if your opponent doesn't soul charge, they can't reach the 13 soul threshold that Shahrot needs. And if you only have 1 counterblast available, well, Shahrot can't even use his skill because he needs a counterblast as well.
But from the way it looks, both sides are kept on minimal. It doesn't even look like he has a damage, or does he? Because there's that 1 card straight from the side, not placed very well. A bit hard to tell.
Well,
there's no damage.
Yeah, the dodge doesn't have any damage. It looks like he was guarding early, which is fine. It's fine, you know, if you want to live, right? Being on low damage is one way to accomplish that, especially against a deck that can multi-attack as hard as DI. And with DI going first, you definitely just don't want to give your opponent any damage freely, because DI actually doesn't really care if your opponent's on grade 3 or not. It is just going to go, right? It is just going to go and just bash you. If you're on grade 2, that's tough luck.
Yeah, but however, if let's say the Charlotte can somehow hold out, even though being kept at minimal damage, if he gets to hold on them, he might just have a really good chance of making the whole game turn around once it so hits the numbers.
Yeah, so we see the new Ironheart Assassin. When it attacks, you can soul charge, and if you have 3 Ironheart Assassins installed, it actually counter charges. So very, very important there. He was on 1 damage, but now he's able to make that 1 damage work. Actually, Shahrot is not at its optimal capabilities. If it is on 13 soul, you get to stand 2 cards. But because we only see him standing 1, it kind of tells us the state of Noto's soul right now, which is not amazing. But it's kind of expected too, because if you just don't have the CB to counter to soul charge, then, and now he's actually lost his CB because he triggered a heal. You'll just be a bit on struggle streak, trying to get that soul going.
Which I don't think will be a problem soon, because his opponent will probably need to start attacking as well if he needs to get them to reach at least on the same level of damage.
Yeah, that's right. So the moment the dodge rides his grade 3, and hopefully he's riding his Vera, he's able to do some things, which is start controlling damage, right? Usually when you want to deal damage, if you want to deal damage, just do it in a bunch. Do a lot of damage, and you'll deal so much damage that your opponent might not have the ability to just use all that CB. So right now he's gone Force 2, so he's going through that strategy as well. Now it just really comes down to, does he have Soul, the counterpart to Vera? Because if he does, then he's going to be able to make some big plays this turn. And he's using Vera's skill, it looks like, to basically retire his rear guard and get better things. You put 2 cards from your drop as well back into the bottom of your deck, and then usually it doesn't have to be normal units or anything. They can be triggers. So ideally you can guard early with triggers, then put them back, and then get 2 cards and call them. And if you call 2 cards with Musketeer, you actually get triple drive. So this is actually relatively threatening here. You've got triple drive on a Force 2 unit, and he didn't get Soul, which is unfortunate, because if he did get Soul, then all his front row regards also get the power that Vera gets too. So it's like a mini Ultima for power only. But there's implications behind that, because if you do have the Soul, that means you get to just go Alta Vanguard. And Alta Vanguard is pretty scary when you have triple drive, because you are basically not missing out on powers.
That is correct. And not to mention that being a Force clan with the crit double can potentially messes with the Charlotte's play, because they want, even though they're protect, they also don't want to be guarding too much too easily. And now they're forced to only be able to take 2 direct damage from a double critical unit at all times. And they don't want to be in that position.
You want them to use the perfect guard on the Vanguard, which of course Shahara can do. They do get extra. They get extra protect markers, which is nice. But it's always scary when you've got a Vera swinging in, and they're just gonna take risks because they just can. They don't really have to think about their powers. But right here, if you're Notorious Ed, you can just think to yourself and go, this is the easiest snow guard because I want damage. And I've got a lot of damage that I can take right now. Another thing to be careful is Martina herself. It was when she's placed from the deck, she gets a crit.
Exactly.
So now this Vera is swinging with 3 crits. He gets the... is that a heal as well? Ooh, okay.
Okay. So now he's going straight from 0 to 3 damage, isn't it?
Yeah, these are some huge value plays here. Even with just 2 triggers, and he gets a third check, and that looks like a blank. So we'll be taking 3 damage from this attack. He gets a trigger. Does he get another one? I think it is. That is 2 triggers in a row. 2 criticals. That is the Sentinel critical as well. Just thinking about where to put it, I think. I think I just put it on Vanguard.
Yeah, I guess really with Martina is coming in a big number, so he would definitely need to put himself in a not get caught situation.
Martina's like right now is okay. I think it's 18 plus a boost, so the boost is be like 26 or 29. But basically, I don't think nothing really can hit the Vanguard, so he can just go for the rears. We've got Torre there. I think he's attacking Emblem Master, or he's going for Ironheart Assassin. That's good. You just get rid of the Soul Charger. Now Nocho has 3 damage he can work with. He can easily hit his soul requirements. So we're going to be seeing like a double restand going on. He's going to get some sweet power gains. But next turn what the dodge can do is he can develop another Force 2. And he can put it on one side. And then now he has two lines that are threatening 3 crit if he triggers a crit. And of course, if you're Noto, you'll be forced to guard it. And you can't 2 to guard. You have to actually commit perfect guards to guard them, because again, if he has the soul, it's a no-brainer. You just go all to Vanguard. Or you go power to Vanguard at least.
Indeed. So now the question is whether would the Charlotte bench should push the damage back so that they can even out the odds. Because even though the dodge has a way to like filter down its stack and call out very deadly columns, but hand size is still generally quite an issue, don't you think?
Yeah, it's gonna take some time for him to generate his hand size back, but slowly but surely, like every turn he's basically replacing 1 to get better. If you look, he's just kind of riffling through his hand now, and it's actually not that bad. Last turn he generally got a relatively good amount of cards, so it was pretty value. It's pretty value. But now we see Noto drop the double number of Terra, and this is where the Terra really begins, because his hand is gonna accelerate insanely quick. And it's basically gonna go from okay hand to insane hand, and this is something that you never want to see when playing against DI.
Especially against, it's a protect deck, of course, and this just makes him more options for defensive purposes.
Yeah, we see there is around 13 soul, so he's hit that exact soul count. These numbered terrors are going to eat in 4 more soul to bring up to like 17 by the end of turn, and we can expect like a Hope on Dump next turn to just end the game. And these number of terrors are also hitting very, very big numbers. Shaharot gives the front row plus power equals the number of soul it has at the beginning of the battle phase. So those number of terrors are getting plus 13. I think it's another plus 10 by its own ability when it comes into play. So that column's hitting like 22, then plus 13. So 35, hitting a nice, decent number before triggers.
And this is even before his stand ability kicks in for Shaharot.
That's right. Shaharot can stand 2 cards. So he can just stand the number of terrors again and go for another 35 swing. Or 35 plus swing. You can see that it's happening right now, and that's before any triggers as well. And then again, those number of terrors can proc again. They can eat something, put something to soul to draw 2 more, and that hand size is basically just going to go plus a lot.
Yes, and that's a lot of pluses in one turn.
And he gets on the heal as well, so that's a big heal. Goes down to 2. It's actually. The heal down to 2 is actually not that bad for the dodge, because he can just develop Force 2s and do damage in 2s, going 2-2-2, and just still kind of pressure lethal from the second and third attacks. But the problem right now is just the hand that Notorious Head is making. It is just going very, very high.
But because at the same time he's already charging so fast and drawing so quickly as well, do you think the dodge will have a better chance to just try and hold out until it tank out?
You can try, but you can't hold out against a Hope on Dump.
That's true.
If you think about how good Hope on Dump is now, Hope on Dump does require you to guard in multiples of 20. So you basically you just look at cards in your hand, you look at their original shield values, and you add them up and you start throwing them out like that. So you look at a 15 and a 5, that makes 20, I can put that out. If you look at your hand and see a 30k shield, you can't throw that out. It's just stuck in your hand forever. But you can't guard, like, you have to guard in 20s. You can't skip 20 and go to 40 or 60. So you can't drop four 15ks. Because it has to be in 20s, right? So that actually has some deep implications for the current state of V Premium, because a lot of people have replaced their 20k heals with 15k healed guardians. So if you do that, basically every guard you do is 2 cards. So Hope on Dump technically got buffed.
But it's kind of it's just a so happened, you know. It's a byproduct.
That's right. It is just how it is, right?
Yeah, just how it is. Sometimes something gets nerfed, something gets buffed. But consciously or subconsciously.
Yeah. So the dodge is also on decently low damage, on 3 damage. If he can get a heal off this turn again, Noto might think twice about doing the Hope on Dump play, because the more no guards the dodge can do, the less good a Hope on Dump is. Even though he gets 5 attacks.
Because Hope on Dump is still ultimately on the turn he shows up. So if he misses that turn, then it would not be wise. It would not be advisable.
Yep. I mean, Noto does run 2 Hope on Dumps, but so technically he has 2 turns where he can pull it off, but you just want to finish on the one, because technically Charlotte is still quite powerful. Right now he has 17 soul. Well, he should have 17 soul. So his front row is getting plus 17k, which is nothing to laugh at. Especially his hand size as well. That hand size is it's monstrous for V-Prem. And he's on 2 damage. So everything is going his way. Of course, he does have to double check his deck count maybe, because when you draw so many cards and soul charge so many cards, you are reaching that level where it's getting a bit dangerous.
From what I just see when he was checking his deck, he looks like he's already hitting the single digits.
Yeah, it's not that surprising. But you got to be very, very careful when you start reaching them, because suddenly, even though you're on 2 damage, you can't start taking any more damage, right? You're like capped on that kind of damage count, or you're running the risk of decking out. So has to be careful. Of course, the amount of draws he did hopefully does give him enough guard for the Neo attack, and we can see Neo actually has developed the soul now, so he can start putting his triggers, putting his powers on Vanguard, and distributing it to everyone else. So we'll see. And I'm pretty sure he was able to call 2 Musketeers just then, because his deck is pretty much a lot of Musketeers, except for certain cards.
Let's see what you got, because this is very important for which he gets.
Yes, this is a big turn here. Really, if he doesn't push now, or if he's not able to do any damage now, it's literally game over. I think he's kind of a bit behind, but there are still ways to win. Just make sure he executes correctly. I think they're just counting up the powers now, checking up everything's A-OK. It looks like it's turning sideways. The Vera. And immediately, Noto just perfect guards that. He knows he doesn't want to play games. He doesn't want to take risks. We just gotta stop it here.
Check. Second
check. And
third check.
That is a very blank check. Unfortunate. Very, very blank. So, ooh.
Since it was an open display for Charlotte, that means he can even afford not to go into Hope on Dump and just go straight with Charlotte in this case.
Yeah, I think if he put a soul down this turn, it looks like he didn't get any triggers from the soul as well, which is unfortunately kind of sad. Soul's effect, when it's placed, if your Vanguard is a Musketeer, you can retire a card and look at top 3, choose a card and call it to the rear guard and put the rest on the bottom deck. But if you call a trigger, you can counterblast and use all that trigger's effects. So the fact that he didn't get anything It's just unfortunately very, very unfortunate. But also that the dodge wasn't able to re-ride a Vera last turn to put on the threats. It just that was a unfortunately a poor turn on that side. And it was Notorious set was just able to just no guard 1 and go to 3 damage. And now he's got 2 CV to work with. He's dropping out two number of, well, he's dropping out 1 number of terror at least. But it'll be interesting to see if he has his finisher, if he's just going to go for it.
Okay, what's he going to do?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't even have to use number of terror's effect, because right now his hand is rather healthy.
And a guaranteed restand from the front row.
That's right. He's counting the... I think that is a hope on dump. Is he just putting the back? Well, I think he's just not enough, maybe. Is it?
No. Huh. Somehow he has not enough soul. Okay. But
I think he's at like 19 or something like that.
Like one short.
It's only 1 short. So he's swinging in with the... He's definitely going to swing in with number 2. But is he going to continue to dig? He only... That'll be very risky.
Yeah, it's overcommitting at this point. If he chooses to commit some more. Okay, looks like he's not.
Oh, okay. So yep, I think that's the correct move. He knows when to stop. But I think actually that isn't Hope on Dump. So if he played it, he definitely has enough. So now the dodge has to be very careful on any guards. So we can see the 2 10Ks come down, and that's a nice 20. This one is swinging for at least 42. At least 42. Because you need 20 soul. Now, Shahrot swings in. This one is a 32k Vanguard. But, the nice number here will have to be like 53, which is just a no pass. Even if you perfect guard, by the way, you have to put the perfect guard, which is 0 shield, and then add 20 more. So that's like a 4k guard. A 4 card guard. Which is insanely tough, and he's got no intercepts or big intercepts at all. So he might have to no guard this.
And hopefully there's no critical. Oh, then he still has guards.
Oh, he might go for 1.
1, that's 1. Right there.
Wow,
Check.
okay.
Oh.
Is that enough?
Okay, is that even enough? Yeah.
Wait, he can't do that, right? Can he?
I don't think so. I don't remember those being...
The 3 souls, they don't add up to 20. So...
No, they don't.
Yeah, that's up to 15, right? Oh, 10 from hand. So I think it's a no guard. And it's a crit. A crit, so 2 damage. This is lethal. And can the dodge heal? Any check he gets, any heal anywhere will heal, but unfortunately he doesn't. So unfortunately that is the end of Neo Nectar. Pretty interesting to see a Musketeer make it this far, right?
But making it this far is one thing. He was actually quite on the right track during his play, actually. He's already have the critical on his pressure in and all that stuff. But it was unfortunate that on that turn when he finally did that 3 crit in, the opposing has the defensive trigger, resulting the Martina unable to give in the additional crit damage into the play.
Yeah, that unfortunately that second grade 3 turn on the near side was not the strongest it could have been. That's just it's bad luck. And the second grade 3 turn on the Doto's side was just very, very good. It was as good as it gets. And just easy finisher play to follow up there. So yeah, that is just how DI works, right? Any final thoughts, Leon?
No, I think both players did very well, as just like everyone else. Well done, players. Yep.
All right then, we'll go to a break right now and see you very soon.
Weiss Schwarz! Time to make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Hello, Serene. Thanks for joining me in this Coffee of Bushiroad series. Yeah, I understand you have been with Bushiroad for like a couple of months now, at this time of shooting. Yeah, and you do marketing for Vanguard.
Yep.
Yep. Okay, so as you can see, we have prepared a little bit of snacks and coffee, tea, and some drinks for us. Yeah. So before we begin the interview, what would you like? Coffee or tea or water for you?
Tea.
Tea?
Yep.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, Serene. So you are the marketer for Vanguard. So maybe you could market to us, just a bit of the kind of work that you do on a day-to-day routine.
Okay, I do. As a marketer, I mainly do the marketing materials. Then, so there's like you manage the stuff that goes on to social media, and then you do newsletters, and then you also liaise with other departments like the design team, the video team, to make sure that you get accompanying materials to put together. That go together to present to fans.
Okay.
Content. Yeah.
So you actually do have to communicate with a lot of different departments for your job as marketing.
Definitely.
Okay.
Because as marketing is not everything comes out of the marketer alone. So like say for example, the banners, definitely you need the design team, and then if there are video showcases, then there's a specialized team for that. So I think that's also one of the good parts of being a marketer, because you get to work with many people while wearing many hats. At the end, you get something nice to present to the fans and viewers. I think that's a nice end products that you can get out of marketing.
And then as the marketing in charge for Vanguard, which is one of our best-selling titles, do you ever feel like the pressure to perform? As compared to, let's say, you were to handle something else, would you feel like, I need to step up my game all the time because you're feeling all this pressure?
I would say half on this. It is natural to feel pressured to deliver more results as compared to other products, but at the same time, from a marketing standpoint, you have a lot of data to work with. So it's good that I'm thankful that I have more data and insights to look at and to see, okay, so from there, how can I improve, or what kind of new things I can present to everyone. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand as marketing, you deal with quite a bit of sensitive information, especially information probably from Japan. But is there anything that you can share with us that how were you able to use the data that you mentioned in order to do something like a marketing campaign?
Actually, for data, it can come in a variety. So say for example, you can use like sales statistics to look at how did each past product perform, and then for other initiatives, you can look at what kind of campaigns have been done before, how did they perform. They are not materials that spoon feed you answers, but it is something good for you to infer from and work something from there. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess as marketing, you actually have to work a lot on data as well.
Okay, at least for this industry, it is not entirely e-commerce based. So I would say the reliance on data is still there, just that I personally, in my opinion, it is not as much as, So like say for example, if you're an e-commerce based company, most likely even your sales, everything, it's all online, and those data you have to rely on more as compared to non-e-commerce platforms. Your data is separated and you need to piece them together and figure out something.
Actually, you raise a very good point, because our industry, they don't deal directly with digital goods or even ordering online on a website. Because if we do that,
you can easily track all the data, and then we find out how we can improve our services to our players and customers directly from the data that we can gather. I guess there is a challenge in our industry, like how to get the data from physical goods.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
I understand you held a previous job prior to joining Bushiroad as a marketing position as well. Are there any main differences between that and this one?
My previous company mainly dealt with e-commerce, and unlike in Bushiroad, which is more of a brick and mortar business model. So I mean, as a marketer, definitely it is something that I will adapt to and work out and see what kind of marketing strategies that I can execute to make sure that it is suitable and appropriate.
So what made you think of joining the marketing industry? Because you held your previous job as marketing, now you're marketing as well. And I guess you believe you are on the right track, or at least the right career path. So what made you decide to join the marketing industry?
I would say marketing has been something that interests me for a long time already. And I can safely say that the marketing industry is one of the industries that can handle my wild imagination.
By wild imagination, you mean like you come up with a lot of creative ways to do like different marketing campaigns, hold different, I don't know, promotions or something like this. Could you define like what a few instances where your imaginations actually help you with your career?
In this sense, I would say it is easier when ideas come to you pretty easily. Of course, not all are usable. I mean, they can be just really random ideas, but who knows, I mean, one day they can be useful. And I mean, of course, I try not to limit myself to certain methods of delivery and the kind of content that I can present. But of course, I mean, there are many factors into play here. So, I mean, I can be creative for all I want, but I still have to conform to the rules and standards set by the company as well.
Oh, definitely. So I suppose how one would imagine it is that the company guideline kind of like draws the boundaries, and then as long as you're within that boundaries, you're free to run wild, in that boundary.
Yeah, it can be said that way.
And I do agree that I think the marketing industry is a bit less strict and rigid regarding how far you can take your certain projects to.
Like, it doesn't restrict too much on how you can do a certain thing. Yeah. So I think that is one aspect that I like about the marketing industry.
And then why Bushiroad? Like, what made you think of joining like Bushiroad as a marketing?
I would say Bushiroad to me is it plays a big part in my life, even before joining the company. Because I've been playing Bushiroad's games way before, just many years before joining the company. So, of course, when I got to know about this opportunity, I was like, ooh, why not?
What were the Bushiroad games that you played before you joined?
Love Life, School Idol Festival, and Bang Dream. So that mobile games.
So those are the two main Bushiroad games that you play before you actually decided to join Bushiroad.
Yeah. At some point, I played the Symphogear game as well, but that's only in Japanese. Yeah. Then I realized I have too many games to handle, and I decided to filter a bit. At some point, I would say I'm quite crazy about it.
Okay.
I can safely say that Bushiroad can be my national anthem.
Wow.
Because when you start the game and then Bushiroad, and so it's something that you hear every day, multiple times a day.
Wow, that's impressive.
Vanguard is it's something that I have seen people play, but I have not tried it myself. But ever since I have started on this role, I developed more interest into the card game, and I actually called up a few friends to pick up the game.
Oh, so you actually had friends who were playing Vanguard?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
They don't only play Vanguard, they play Weiss as well.
Weiss.
But of course, that's a lot to digest. in a day of crash course. So slowly got to sink to the new play style, and yeah, I'm doing my best.
Do you learn Japanese, because of work, or do you learn out of a hobby thing?
I started learning Japanese roughly 7 to 8 years ago, purely because of interest. Just that I think right now I can count myself lucky that I'm working in a Japanese company because I get lots of practice at work.
Okay, so actually you started learning a new ability, a new language out of purely interest, and now you're able to actually implement that, or in fact you managed to find a job precisely because you learned that.
I would say it's a bonus. It's a bonus skill to have because not only just work when we are communicating with any Japanese, it just makes things easier.
I guess it's kind of cool to actually be able to use something that you actually like and love, and kind of make money out of it. I suppose that's a good feeling.
Yeah. Can we say that way?
Yeah, you never know, because I don't think you actually thought of, I'm going to find a job 5-10 years later that deals with Japanese. You just learn it because you really liked the culture and the language. You learn it, and then 7-8 years later you actually found it to be very, very useful. Yeah.
Yep.
So that's cool. Yeah. I suppose that would give people out there who might be thinking of learning a language some kind of motivation. Yeah. So what kind of advice would you actually give to someone who might be thinking of joining the marketing industry?
I would say my advice not only applies to the marketing industry, because when it comes down to the field or the industry that you want to work in, the most important thing that you should have is interest and passion. Otherwise, it's not going to work as well as when you have it. Of course, don't forget to have fun while you're at it.
I guess you can do anything you might not have interest in, but why force yourself? So if you do something that you're interested in, it makes life more fun. Okay, Serene, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you so much. All right.
Hey, everyone. It is Kai and Amar. Hey,
yeah.
how's it going, Amar?
Doing good.
I haven't
buddy.
seen you for a while.
Ran to the coffee shop, got some coffee, got my energy, and here I am back to entertain everyone at home. How is everyone doing right now? Round 6, Kai? How is that?
No, this is round 7.
Oh my god, yeah, right.
Round
Coffee's
7.
still here. Round 7.
We're nearing the end of today, which is crazy. But let's kind of take a look at the standings and see where everyone is at. So first off, we have Kaori, Mizazuna Kaori, and he's undefeated. Kevin Cho as well, undefeated. And Sabrier, also undefeated. If we were looking at... we saw Sabrier's game in the first round, and he's gone a long way. A long way of wins.
Very long way.
That's right. After that, we got Saram. We got the X1. We got Saram. We got Kelvin. WCC. All right, still quite strong. He just needs 2 more rounds. We got Rico, Karan Patel. Ooh, Karan, he's hanging there as well. Andre Lead as well. A lot of big names. If they win more, they stay in the top 8. They stay on the first page. That's exactly where you want to be. Let's flip it over to the people who are vying to be in the first page. We've got Bastakar, Chalice, Wildbird, Gabriel Tio, Chairman, Hesketh, Toby TCG, okay, and GG's. So these players still have a decent chance, but everyone who's X1 needs to keep on winning, and everyone who is X2 kind of needs to keep on praying. And if you drop to X2, that is where you'll be in that spot, right? The tiebreakers are really good.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. These last 2 rounds are absolutely crucial. If any of the top players, the top 3 that are undefeated right now, wins just 1 more game, right? They're ready. They're good to go. They're basically set for top 8 tomorrow, right? So let's kind of look at what decks we are going to see in the game coming up. Now, first off, we have a familiar face. I think we've seen this person on stream way back in the first round, but we didn't get to see his full deck. Now that we get to see it though, what do you think, Amar?
Well, I'm loving Cyril the Ghosty here. He's actually playing one of that. The thing about it is that the deck looks a lot more stable, yeah, with 3 of that Skull Dragon. Personally, I'm not a fan of seeing, no less than 3 for Skull Dragon. They are your win cons. I suppose you can say that, the win cons of the deck. And the deck base, it all revolves around, how many times it's gonna come out and the frequency of it coming out as well. So no issues with Grand Blue. I believe this is a very compact, stable deck. Loving it.
Yep. I think, if I'm looking at this list, all I'm thinking is the ratios look correct, It looks nice. If anything, there's a lot of redundancy. If anything goes somewhere you don't want it to go, you're still set. And I like the navigators. He can accelerate dragons and then just go for quick wins. Right? Let's look at who he's going to fight against, though. He is playing a Chalice, another relatively well-known player from Singapore, and he's playing the Singaporean Highlander deck that pretty much all the Singaporeans that we've been seeing so far have been bringing, right?
Yeah, tier 0.
tier 0. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how many of these make it to top versus how many normal prisms make it to top. So far, there is a lot of prisms at top.
A lot of prisms.
Yes, but Sabre is doing pretty well against these, so we'll see who takes it home. Again, this list just lets you accelerate the late game a bit more. Has to sacrifice a bit on the early game, but if you draw your Lieselot, your early game is solved, and you still have the insane one-more combo. If you just ride up to Lupina instead, you can kind of just call some Pearl Sisters down, and that could be game right there. Restand 2 Pearl Sisters with crits. You're feeling good, right? You're feeling good. Although they are 1 copies, again, this Highlander Prism hybrid engine can do work. Can do work, right?
Well, we've seen the Highlander function superbly over in the premium section of the game, but coming into V Premium, the engine is a lot faster, I can say that, because the games are more compact, and then we're just going to be jumping right into it, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
Excellent gamings here, and then we can see that Sabrai is actually going first.
That's pretty good. That's actually pretty good because although Night Rouge doesn't get that much power going first, he can. It just allows him to get some extra damage early to be able to set up the Skull Dragons.
And then playing out that Damien quite early there. That's pretty good. Putting in a Ghosty, into the drop zone, traveling the deck. Just early compression. Yeah, but we know, Kai. Compression can kind of be a lie at times.
That's right. You have to be confident in your compression, but sometimes you could be overconfident, and
it's just not coming.
It happens. But this is a very, very strong play right now. Saburai opening with the Navigator, and this is gonna accelerate his deck very fast. Very fast. And one thing that I haven't really mentioned is that going first means that you are not stopped by Force, the Force Clan's extra power, because you're hitting down on grade 1. You're bullying the weak, right? So he's able to develop. He's going to be able to develop a field like next turn and actually push some damage while also milling 5 from the Navigator. Or he could just go for a big Navigator mill if he wants to really just get that drop zone set up so he can start going into the Mr. Skull Dragons ASAP.
Yep, and I believe that going first, the bonus of it, the Navigator can be procced at least 3 times. So that's a total of let's see if I can get my math right here. Yeah, it's 5, 5, 5, totaling of getting off 15. I believe that's more than enough firepower for Skull Dragon.
That's right. And we've been talking about how good this Highlander hybrid deck, can get hands, get the pieces you want, but if you don't give it time to set up and get to that late game, it's just gonna fall like all the other decks before.
We've seen Bermudas, Prisms, even though it is a so-called tier 0 in the current V Premium, we've seen it fall to some pretty interesting decks, Great nature.
That's right. And Chalice flips his Ange. It'll be very interesting to see if he goes into the Ange on the first ride, because remember, the Ange makes the extra force marker, which can really accelerate the force gaming of Prism. That's right. Saburai just going to 2 damage right now. He is happy to take that damage. He is not afraid.
Yep.
Yeah, and doing the cuts.
There's no defensives there, but it's fine. Yeah. What matters the most right now is that the Skull Dragons or Beatrice isn't going into that damage zone. All right, so you can kind of see riding onto that Columbard right there.
Yeah, this Columbard is big. It's gonna get him a ghost ship. I think the ghost ship is the best target. He can also mill 2 for navigating in. There we go. We see the ghost ship coming down. And likely that ghost ship will be coming back up to get a free draw for Saburai.
Free draw, yeah. So big powers, big hits, and
it's hitting 24, hitting on an 8K. That's not really fair, right? You can't even got it with a 15.
You're an 8K. What can you do? You sit down, you pray, and then you hope to God, all right, please let it be a draw trigger on my first defensive.
yes. This whole Columbard swinging in. Oh, is he thinking? Oh, he's going for the Greed Shade. Okay,
Greed Shade,
all right.
All right.
He's going to accelerate that drop zone a bit more, which is interesting.
We see a critical. We see a Skull Dragon. All right.
There is a Skull Dragon. It is true. But what does he get back? He gets back the Night. Oh, so he might have been great stuck.
Might have been, yeah.
If he's resting those 2 as well. He could be going for a double Navigator this turn. Oh, look at all those Night Roses.
Yeah, all the Night Roses, and the Beatrice is going out. That's fine. I mean, that's fine.
Isn't that a very, very empty lack of trigger mill? He could be pseudo compressed.
Super compressed even. All right,
super
I'm loving
compressed.
This.
Yeah.
A lot of combos is going off right now from Sabrai. Yep, it's the first grade 2 ride, and I believe this is the first game that we can actually see some combo being pulled off.
Is he at like 15 drop zone already?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's just counting that for the
And
opponent.
then he gets that ghost ship. There we go. Okay, all right. And look at this field. He's already swinging in.
Flawless play there.
Yeah, this is a very, very, very well played Grand Blue right now. And bam, a tree comes out. Ooh, do you feel the pain? Do you feel the pain? All those empty mills, and then bam, the crit comes out.
All right, so but then one defensive is coming out for Chalice. I suppose that's kind of like okay.
Yeah. Sabrier split the power, so he gave it to the other side. So this is an easy guard, but now comes the less easy guard from the ghost ship.
All right, Jess is gonna give that unflip. The counter charge there is going to be useful, and then, yes, this is it. Oh, the Ellie is coming out.
Oh, is he just putting the Ellie back?
Yeah, I mean you gotta. The attacks are coming out hot, yeah, and then you want to have as many.
A 10k would have worked just there though, right? Because he got a trigger, so.
But I believe Chalice wanted that Ellie to be back inside the deck, probably for defensive purposes.
That's right. Okay, rides the Rosa. Does he hit 2? Does he hit 1? Or does he hit none?
Going to the Highlander, the probability of hitting none is pretty big.
Yeah, but these decks, they still run the full 4 copies of all the prisms. So
they gotta.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't, you're taking a lot of risk. And he hits 2, right? That's good. That's some decent compression right there.
I believe there's a tier and a vert.
Yeah, I think it's a vert, and he's gonna. I think he's gonna bind the vert.
Bind the vert, yeah. Not a bad choice. If you think about it, probably already has in their hand. Yeah, Charles already has vert. Don't need an extra.
Yeah, I think it feels like he's going for a slow vert.
And notwithstanding that, the possibility of the Night Roost combo being, at full blast the next turn is really high. So getting a 10k shield in your hand right now, probably, playing it on the safe side, but certainly not wrong.
10k shield might not even matter, to be fair, but
yeah.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I think Chalice is setting up for like a next turn Ange, then a vert, right? Because we saw that Ange. And we haven't seen it disappear anywhere. So
the Aqua is there, all right?
Yeah, the Aqua bounces. And it's like with 2 damage, I think he just discarded the Ange then. So I think he's just going straight vert.
Straight to vert, yeah.
Straight to vert, yeah. I think it's fine because you get the triple drive as well. You might want to heal down next turn because you don't want to get into that dangerous range where you're at I need a guard Skull Dragons because it's definitely not a good place to be.
All right, taking out the heal guardian there, yeah, probably setting up for the defensive. I mean, you do negate the possibility of healing down, yeah, but still, kind of big, I suppose.
The heal guardian is just straight safe, right?
Yeah,
it's just very safe. -2 crit on a Skull Dragon means it's not dealing any damage, right? So keeping low, keeping safe, and they do Bermuda does run Spianas to put back those heal guardians, so it's not the end of the world.
Not endable, yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. So it looks like he's going for a full tri-lane. He's got the L formation set up. Going Vanguard first.
Is that a Vanessa?
It's the yellow hair. So I think it is.
Yellow hair.
Vanessa.
Could it be a Coutier?
You can't really put down a Coutier yet. Not yet.
No Lisalot's ability procking anywhere.
Trigger check was an Aqua, and this is swinging in for 21. So that's a 15k shield, and Sabri just straight up guards that.
It is wow.
Yeah, and puts back the Ange.
Yeah, and that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, right, back to Sabri. Let's see how he develops this field. His drop zone is good. All right, it's nearly as good as it gets, but
it's as good as it gets.
It could get better.
It can be better.
Yeah, he's got his navigator there, ready to chill. Soul Blast with a Beatrice. All right, gets back something, a thing. And what is that one?
Good lord, is that what I think it is?
I mean...
Huh. Alright, interesting. I thought it was a Negro Boon just now, but...
Looks like it's a... He sold the Colombard, I think?
Yeah.
I think he just changed what he sold. And now he's going to Colombard. But what does Colombard put away?
I want to say the obvious, yeah. Or...
a Skull Dragon.
Yeah, Skull Dragon. All right, so that's the second one. So, confirmed to have 2 of them coming out.
So what he can do, right, is he can, call a Skull Dragon, I guess, or call a ship, and then he can rest 2 again for another Navigator, and then start comboing, right? What do you think?
Some cheesy plays are coming out, but definitely you want to swing as many damage right now. Possibility of ending the game as well. Yeah, that Heal Garden isn't gonna do much. You can definitely decrease the amount of criticals that you take, but just adding an extra 10k against Skull Dragons is really not gonna do so well.
There is the skull. Oh, he's resting. He's resting too. He's resting the front row, so he's probably got better things to put down.
Yep. Ooh, okay, that's a lot of triggers right there. 3
I think 5. He can bone a Skull Dragon, right?
Yep.
Ooh.
All right, so definitely that. My retirement.
Oh, he gets a Jesse, right? Jesse comes out. That's pretty good. Okay, so he can play a bit.
It's nasty, is what it is.
Yeah. But I think
it's not over yet, Kai. Yeah, that's the thing. It's not over yet.
Oh yeah, I thought it was over, but it's not. The Jesse's coming out, and now he's doing the bone again. But what does he get?
Bone's going back down.
Ooh.
All right.
Cyril?
Yeah, Cyril is out. It gets it's definitely a huge boost to the Vanguard right there. You definitely have more than 15 cards in the drop zone. That's an additional 10,000 power.
Do you actually need to put it behind the Vanguard? I guess the Vanguard's not getting any power this turn.
Yeah. You just want that Vanguard to be very big. The Skull Dragon's already big.
Yes.
It's probably just a Sentinel situation. So you want to make your opponent Sentinel the Vanguard as well. Punishment.
And you have to. Yeah, when you're playing against Grand Blue, you've always got to be afraid that he can just flip crits, because you run way more. You want a lot of crits in your deck. The only deck you lose to in terms of crits is Angel Feather. Right?
Angel Feather. Yeah.
They go 12.
12 to
recently.
16.
Sometimes, yeah. Before they went 16. So it could be anything, right? And anything could happen right now.
Yep.
But let's see how Chalice actually guards this turn, because this is a very, very threatening turn. And he's just counting the drop zone. We see it's reaching 20.
20? No.
It's 22. So that Skull Dragon is 56. All right, 56. He's taking this one. Going to 3.
Defensive right off the bat. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like Chalice is just not afraid, right? He's not afraid. This 56 is coming in. Actually, it is bigger. It is 60.
Bigger. Yeah,
60
2
now.
more cards got added there. It's not fun. It's not fun to watch at all.
And look at this the thinking pose from Chalice. He's got his cards. He already knows what is in his hand. He's just thinking, what is that one ray of light that maximizes my chance of winning? And he's no-guarding this.
Yep, that's Rosada. So, yeah, so I can see why Cyril boosting the Vanguard right now seems legit.
Yes, that makes 100% a lot of sense now. And he's going to do the Beatrice Skull Dragon play that we've been seeing. A lot of Grand Blue plays, just, it's just memorization right now. You just know the plays, right?
It's the habits, yeah.
Yeah, the habits. Now this is going to be interesting. How is Charles going to guard this? I think he has to guard this one, and then he has to null a Skull Dragon, pray crits come out, something like that. He can guard this, then take a Skull Dragon, and then I don't know, somehow guard the last one. Bear in mind, this is there's 23 cards in drop zone right now, so it's 58. That's a good number to hit, but it gets better, right? Because one Skull Dragon dies, it becomes 60. And don't forget, Nairo gives 5k. We've been forgetting that plus as well. So we're actually 63, 65 on a 10k base, or 20k right now because you got a trigger. But
it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah,
the number of cards in the hand, Chalice is literally staring down the barrel of a gun. Yeah, and the gun holder is Night Roast.
Yeah, if you can't drop like 40 shields, 40k worth of shield, 40k plus worth of shield.
Only 5 cards in hand.
Yeah, so early in the game as well.
Early.
It's too
so
early.
Painful.
Right?
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
Could we be seeing a grade 2 death right here?
We might be. We might be. There is the amount of thinking right now, the amount of considering. All right, it's scary. He has a heal guardian. We see one heal guardian. I don't think there's any more. Otherwise, he'll probably he knows exactly what to do. I think this is a -2 crit on the Vanguard.
Critical. Yeah.
Yep. One.
Right there.
2. Ooh, is that a crit?
That's a critical. Yeah, that's a critical trigger right there.
Oh no! Puts it on that. That one is the 58, 63. Now it's a 73.
All right. So since Cyril actually boosted with power, can you say bye.
Does Chalice have a perfect guard? It all comes down to this. No, he's taking it.
Oh my
1
God!
2. Ooh,
the first ever grade 2 death on stream.
That is
nasty.
That is rough, guys. That is rough.
Nasty.
Yeah. This is the power of Grand Blue when they go Navigator first. It's actually very, very insanely strong. And Amal, I think we've seen a few of these Grand Blue decks floating around right now. Several of them have replaced their Navigators, right?
I can honestly say, Sabrai played it perfectly. I'd say that it was so efficient, and the Navigator played out. There's no room for error there. I can definitely say if you took out the Navigator from your deck, boys, you are definitely missing out. Look at that power, that power play right there.
That's right. Like a lot of these new cards that got released, they give you some more selective milling or just less milling, so you don't take out as quick. But the whole idea of this deck is just to go fast, just mill quick, and you get turns like these. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. Deck's gone. The damage zone is full. GG, right? GG.
Yeah. Doesn't matter if you take that heal guardian. Doesn't matter if you take that damage. The defensive. You're gone. You're gone.
That's right. You're gone. So that was a quick round 7. We have Sabri. I think he's nearly confirmed for top 8 now, which is nice. Yeah. But nice we have one more round before we proceed to top cuts, and we'll see you guys very soon. All right after the break. Okay.
Make your move, little sister.
Then I guess I'll attack your character.
Aha! I saw that coming, and I'll counter your attack with me!
Ruby, now coming to Weiss Schwarz.
As an English edition original.
Trial Deck Plus, Booster Pack, and Supply Set.
On sale December 17th.
Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack, Advance of Intertwined Stars, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress! It's your leader, Mirai! Look how cool Buff Sartra is with the new Arms card! Start deck, Sealed Blaze Maiden, coming soon! Bushiroad!
Hi Honda.
Hi Julius.
Thank you so much for taking out some time out of your busy schedule to join me in this Coffee with Bushiroad series.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So, could you tell me a bit about the work you do in Bushiroad?
Well, I do sales and logistics, but I'm mainly on the logistics side.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you a lot more questions regarding that, because I think your work is mainly a lot of people don't see or don't understand what goes on behind the scenes in what makes the games possible. Yeah, because I think there's a lot of logistics and transportation involved. But before that, we're gonna dig right into our pastries and coffee and tea. What would you like?
Coffee, please.
Coffee? Coffee for you? Okay,
sure.
cool. If you can smell this, it smells good.
Wow.
Yeah, this smell really wakes you up. Yeah.
Fragrant.
Yeah. Go ahead and help yourself to whichever one that you like.
Alright. Which one we like?
No, you go ahead.
Me?
Yeah, I'll pick whatever that's remaining.
Alright, so I'll go for this.
I'm a good host. So Hwanta, I understand that even before you joined Bushiroad, to work for Bushiroad, I think you played a lot of Bushiroad card games.
Yeah.
What games do you play?
I play mainly Weiss Schwarz, Vanguard, and a little bit of Buddy Fight.
Oh, so you actually play our three main titles.
Yeah.
Oh, when did you start playing?
For Weiss, I started playing I think somewhere around 2008, 2009 kind of time when it first started out in Japan. Yeah.
Wow, that's like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow. And then for Vanguard?
Vanguard, I think I also started when it first came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So you actually played Weiss first.
Yeah.
How do you get to know Weiss Schwarz?
So there was kind of like a community get together to learn the game. Like they brought some Weiss products from Japan, so I brought it over to Singapore, and they actually promoted the event, like come down to learn, and they actually sell some of the stuff they got in Japan. So yeah, that's how I got wine of Weiss, and I started learning, and I liked the game.
Which Weiss Schwarz titles are you currently enjoying?
I'm really enjoying the Fujimi Fantasia set right now, especially the deck with 8 standbys. It's very interesting. And also, I really like playing Goblin Slayer, especially the Goblin Slayer deck. The overall card advantage and the abilities is very flavorful. It's gonna be a huge. It has made a huge impact in the game itself, and soon English player can get their hands on the series. It's coming out in English. Yeah, for Goblin Slayer.
Wow, I think players can really look forward to that. Yeah. Do you still remember your very first deck? What title was it?
It was Fate Stain Night Crow deck.
Wow.
Yeah, it was so long ago. Yeah.
And ever since then, you just continued
Yeah.
playing the game. And now, right now, you are actually working for Bushiroad.
Yeah.
Wow, this is kind of like, it's coming to a full circle.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Vanguard clan?
My favorite clan would be Dark Irregulars.
Oh.
I love the overall theme of the deck, artwork, card abilities. Like soul charging, it thins your deck. So that thinning is very important in card games. You get to draw into more important cards, or it might go the other way. Like it makes everything looks exciting. Yeah, that's about.
That's your favorite.
Yes.
Ever.
Yeah.
Okay. No, back then when you are playing Bushiroad card games, do you actually think that you would, or maybe you hope that you will be able to work for Bushiroad?
So thinking that I would be working for the company would be no, but hoping that I would is a yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And back then, maybe you thought, maybe it would be great if I can work for Bushiroad one day.
Yeah.
Do you have like a job position in mind, or do you just, as long as I'm working for the company that produces these great card games for me, I'm fine with that.
Everyone would want to have a part in creating a game, so maybe a development role would be good. So that's what I think that every card gamers would want when they play the game or they like the game a lot, is to have a impact on the game, on the development side, like card abilities, like you want to make cards that you love. Yeah, I guess that's it. But I didn't expect like I'll be working in other aspects of the company. Yeah.
So how did you actually get the opportunity, to work for Bushiroad?
So I was already before my national service. I was already going around helping to do demo sessions, maybe helping out at events. So when I came out of national service, I actually did part-time in Bushiroad. I was waiting for my university application. So after that, it has a bit of waiting. So I was doing fine in Bushiroad part-timing. Unfortunately, on the day I received a call from the university, I didn't get in. So I was kind of very sad, this kind, like very disappointed. But luckily, there was an opening in the sales team, and I seized the day and I applied for it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So Manda, what's your day-to-day like in the office?
So I start out the day with replying emails. After that, arranging shipments to distributors, packing of PR cards and sending them if there's any. Other than that, I also handle office shipping. So it's intercompany shipment. It's not like business-wise. Yeah.
So you actually have to do a lot of shippings of PR cards,
Yeah.
to our shops around the world.
It's mostly to our distributors and our overseas offices, and then they'll ship it to the shops.
What are some of the challenges that you face during the course of your work?
Yeah, prior to shipping, there's a lot of layers of work, a lot of steps to be done in the production cycle. So if something were to happen, like maybe before shipping, I'll have to rework, reschedule all the shipments, or even rebook because it's already very last minute. Yeah, and it kind of snowballs into like this gets delayed. If this gets delayed, something after that might get delayed too. So I have to plan out everything, make sure everything goes smoothly out.
Definitely. I think it's inevitable that something will go wrong down the production line, and then I think you will have to come up with a lot of different ways, adapt, just kind of like deal with all these last minute changes.
Yeah.
So kind of like putting out fires.
Yeah, exactly. Putting out fires.
Yeah. That sounds like a lot of work, and I guess it must be so demoralizing, for a part of your work to be undone, and then you have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
How do you get over that?
You need to be patient. Like you can't rush over things because it's a long process, and you need to be resilient because you can't crumble in your work halfway, and everything will snowball. And once your work is overdue, more works will come in. Work is never finished, so you kind of like you have to do it now, slow and steady. But you just have to keep going through the motion, keep pulling through it. It's kind of everyday challenges. Yeah.
Wow. This reminds me of a quote. I think it was, "If you're going through hell, keep going." Yeah. Because I think that makes a lot of sense, and I think it's kind of similar to what you just said. Because if you're going through hell, why would you stay there?
Yeah.
Just, keep going forward. Yeah. Then you can get out of there as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point.
True.
Yeah. Since you play so much of Bushiroad card games, do you think that has actually helped you in your current job?
Yeah, that actually helps me a lot in the sales side of my work. Having knowledge in the products itself helps me better sell the product, so I can pitch better. I can pinpoint the unique points, the strength of the products, and I can explain it to my distributors. I can even explain it to my colleagues to make them understand better. Yeah, it's kind.
Yeah, that's good because when you're playing the card games, maybe 10 years ago, you never expect yourself to be landing a job in the company that make the games that you play. Yeah. And you did, of course, you never even expect that just by playing card games that would actually help you in your career. Oh, so really, I'm happy for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Besides arranging logistics for shipping to our distributors, you also handle the logistics for our regionals in Singapore.
Yeah.
When we have an event, we actually have to pack everything and then send it to the venue.
Yeah.
How's it like? What's the challenge in that?
Transporting all the stuff that we need, all the event items to the event hall is not really a very difficult task. But sometimes events they need things last minute, and you have to make a rush for it. And when you're rushing for time, sometimes you forget where it is, or you can't find it. You get very flustered. It's one of the few examples I have.
So yeah, you reminded me, and because I think recently I keep seeing you flying for work, and I believe recently you went to Gen Con held in USA. for B2B conference kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I believe that a lot of your work are done through emails and telephone calls, talking to our distributors, and then you finally met them in person. How was that like?
Through emails, you don't really get to know them. It's all formal, it's all business. So when you get to finally meet them and get them to know on a more personal level, so it's very satisfying to know, like, okay, so now I get to know more about this person and we get to work together even closer. Yeah, I think that's very satisfying. Yeah.
How were they? Were they nice to you?
Yeah, they took great care of me.
Did they bring you around for good food in USA?
Yeah, we went for meetings through dinner. Yeah.
Meetings at dinner.
Yeah.
I would like that.
Yeah.
So you get to travel a lot for work. I imagine that must be very exciting for you, because I think, not a lot of jobs out there actually offer this incentive, this slight perk of being able to travel for work. How's that like for you?
So I enjoy meeting new people and people, our fans, card game fans. So I think that's one perk that I really find refreshing when I travel for work, even though I'm tired, but all the smiles on their face, like when they play the tournament, give me a sense of satisfaction. And just being able to travel for work is a blessing. So I'm very thankful and very grateful for this opportunity. Yeah.
But I imagine at the same time, it must be tiring. Of course, it's enjoyable on one hand, but especially if you fly long hours to from Singapore to US, about a 20 hours flight, give or take. I imagine it must be tiring, and then you have to help out with the events, attend some conference.
It's kind of like giving back to the community. You're helping the game grow, and you're helping yourself grow too. You go through the tiring days of work. After that, you get to recover. It's all the experiences you get. It's very memorable. And flying overseas means I get to work with colleagues that are overseas that don't get the chance to see them. So getting to know them better is very rewarding. Yeah.
So is there any important life skill that you actually have learned in the course of your work?
Yeah, definitely. And as I've emphasized earlier, it's being patient and resilient. Things might not seem worth it right now, and as time goes on, it will add up. So small adjustment matters, I guess. Small feats matters. So ip you go for an extra sale, maybe it's just very little, but each time you go for the extra sale, it adds up to be a lot. Yeah, so you have to be patient and resilient because you're not always gonna get it. Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share with us, for anyone who might be interested in joining the sales or logistics industry?
So the sales and logistics industry is very big. There's the consumer side, the business side. So if the industry is this big, there's a lot of job opportunities for you to work there and gain some experience.
What are the skills that you think are important in sales and logistics? I imagine probably driving might be one of them.
I guess sales and logistics, driving is important. Maybe if you have prior experience in maybe forklift, if you have a license in forklift, it's very easy to get a job in warehouse. They need forklift drivers. You have to be very practical in logistics because logistics is a very heavy on numbers, and also sales. There's also very heavy on numbers and figures that you need to work it out.
Wow, thank you so much, Huanta, for sharing with us so much insights into the job that you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me too.
No problem. Miss, please.
Welcome back, everyone. And it's been a long journey, right? We started at round 1, now we're at the last round, round 8. But just so you guys know, the fun doesn't end with us, right? We have EU coming up very, very soon. So that's going to go on. And then after that is NA. So 24-hour crew, right? Where you at? It's possible, but we got standings right now. First place right now, undefeated, is Mizuzono Kaori with Sabre also at undefeated status. These two are basically confirmed to make it to top 8, right? If they're going to probably play each other, any of them loses, they'll go to X1, the X1s make it, right? Past that, we have on the X1s, we've got Karan, Patel, Andre Lee, Saram, WCC Kelvin, Gabriel Teo, and Man Long. These are all people fighting to stay in that slot.
To stay there, yeah.
That's right. You know, X1s make it, X2s might not. Then in the rest of the X1s, we've got Kevin Cho, GG's, D Gallop, 0315, and Jamal. Yeah, Jamal. And then lastly, we've got Ray Cook, Basaka, and Chalice are at the X2 range. And basically, these guys have to win and hope they have a chance at top end, because there's only 1 or 2 slots for X2s. And yeah, even if they win here, they might not win the making it to the top 8. So it's been long, guys. It's been long. And we got, I mean, I've been checking chat. We've got a lot of different viewers from everywhere around the world. It's very, very interesting. So welcome. But we've got our first deck ready now. And I think you guys might be interested in this one. We got 0315. And guess what it is?
I'm loving this. Yes, Kai, I'm loving this so much when I saw it. Yeah, the sole survivor amongst the Murakumos. The only player, I think, among the Murakumo.
It's spicy. Yeah, it's not what you'd expect going into the last round. Remember, 0315. He is X1. He is fighting for his life.
Yep, right? It's in the top 16 right there. If he survives this, going to that top 8 might not be a dream.
Yeah, it is. It is basically a win and in. If he wins it, he gets in.
He cinches it. Yeah,
that's it. Very interesting. A Yasui, a list. We haven't seen these in a while. They kind of dropped off in popularity, like 1 year ago, probably
2 years. 2 years, yeah.
2 years ago, yeah. But it's it's still effective. We're looking at decks that beat Prism. Just go faster than Prism. Go first, go fast. We saw that Grand Blue deck from Sabre go really fast last round and demolish Prism. Yasui has the potential to do the same thing, right?
Yeah, definitely, because looking at the track record that 0315 has, they have been fighting a lot of Prisms. So the record shows, let the record stands, that they are doing something right with this Murakumo.
I like the one crit to make someone honest, but you know, people can see a deck and they're like, oh, it's only one crit. All right, let's go. Let's go take a look at the other deck. Who he's facing? It is D Gallop, and he is just playing, the Prism deck that we've seen quite often. His Nectaria count is slightly higher than normal. He's running 3. I know a lot of people like to commit to 2, right? Or even none. I know in JP they like 4 Nectarias. But yeah, D Gallop kind of settled in that 3 area. Apart from that, the rest of the deck is just very, very, very simple and stable, I guess. It's just consistent, right? Just run the cards, and you're ready to go. Yeah.
The Rod card. I'm liking the Rod card. It's a good, it's a good spicy card. Even though we rarely see it being pulled off.
Yeah, I think this matchup, it really just comes down to who really goes first, right? Murakumo goes first. They get a huge game plan. But the thing is, the one thing, right, is ever since the introduction of Heal Guardians, they're able to, get that 10k power to stop early aggression, right? And the thing is, like, Yasui is, I feel, is more affected by that compared to other multi-attacker decks. What do you think, Amar?
Well, definitely, but that's the thing. Again, why I like this particular deck build, because it seems to be built revolving around the attacks not hitting. Yeah, most of it are going with that so-called Shadow Stitches game plan right there.
Yep.
Attack not hitting, something happens. Attack Arini Madame, attack not hitting. Shirayuki comes back to play. A lot of this deck seems to be going with the mindset, the mentality of Zero building this deck is saying that, hey, yeah, so I don't think that the early game is gonna work out that well, but I'm just gonna bash it in. I'm gonna just bash it in, and if you're expecting crits, ho ho ho, out comes the fronts.
yeah. I mean, open deck list, sure. It's they can see, but that's why the one crit. You gotta keep them honest. But the real threat here is triggering in front and just watching your Excels just get so many more attacks. Very hard to stop, right? And realistically, the deck itself is you might look at it and go, okay, but where's the defensive value? And Murakumo always has that scary thing where you can't just look at its cards and go, yeah, it's gonna fall over like a deck of cards, because Shirayuki is such a good card, right? Offensively and defensively, it basically shuts down entire turns, right?
Because one of the few rare cards that are inside V Premium that has an interaction during battle phases, that's Shirayuki. We've seen it getting, I wouldn't say abused, but it has been used correctly, efficiently. Right there.
Yeah, in the past, Shirayuki, was a bit good. Right?
Yeah.
Was a bit good. The only thing I'd say about this matchup is the Shirayuki is slightly less effective, because Shirayuki's strength is that it minuses the power defensively for the entire turn. So anything that restands, they also hit for less power. With Prism, unfortunately, none of the cards are restanding. They're going back to their hand. So
replaced.
Yeah, that's right. They kind of get around that issue, but. Sure, that's bad news for Shirayuki, but you can still use it offensively, right?
Yep. Better something than nothing,
That's right.
Most great trees would actually be a dead card in your hand, not Shirayuki. Your girl's got your back.
That's right.
Rosa
And not
is going
only
increasing the power, never gonna be going out there. You're never gonna go that route. Rosa's power up is basically moot.
Yeah, it's so multifaceted. Even if you have to ride it as a Vanguard, as a secondary ride, it's still -10. You still -10, and then on the sides, it still -5 when it's a rear. So it's one of those rare cards with a rear guard effect. So it looks like we're actually changing to a different game, because I think there's just unfortunately we don't get to see this. But good luck, I guess, to the Murakumo player. We're gonna actually change to the final game between Misazono Kaori and Sabriai. So again, Grand Blue versus it should be Prism, right? It should be Prism. Yeah, so we've seen this matchup. We've seen this matchup just the game before. Went pretty quick. Actually went pretty quick, right?
But in itself, you can't discount it. Different players, probably different play styles. We might be seeing something. Consistency versus consistency. This is what we're looking at right now.
I mean, both of these players are X0 currently, but there can only be one. Right? There can only be one X0. So let's kind of dive into it. We've seen Saburai. We're already in the grade 3 turn here. Looks like he went second, because on the left we see Kaori. He's only got one card there, and it's you can, when you go first, you can only, how do you say it?
Yeah, and
pull one card.
I mean, gotta say, it's a pretty unique outlook here with the angle that Kaori is going for. Can definitely feel that I'm playing the card game right now.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I think on the left, right? I think it's just the wrong way, but we can sort that out. The technical team,
we can definitely sort that out. But it's just fun to watch.
yeah, it's an easy flip.
Easy flip. In itself, yeah. So I believe it's Sabraiston, and notwithstanding, the hand size on Kaori is pretty huge, but we can't discount the fact that some of them might be dead cards. How many of them are actual cards right there?
Yeah.
Well, visibly, I could see the Heal Guardian just now being flipped real quick. Yeah, and the quick shield right there.
I mean, one pro tip, guys, you don't want to gotta be careful at angles, right? Otherwise, your opponent's just looking at your hand. But I mean, I look at Sab's field and I go, I see a navigator. The game plan is working, right?
I see Jesse.
Yeah. The difference is Carry's actually on 1 damage right now, but let's see if anything happens. You know,
They're
with
gonna
this.
change real quick right there.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that change, right? Here, Samurai swing in, a big Skull Dragon. The difference here, though, is I don't think Samurai is going for the kill, right? He's not boosting his Vanguard. So it's just trying to deal damage and setting up for the kill next turn, right? Both players on very low damage. Carry just a bit more, and he's taking the 3.
All right, so we're looking at an empty field from the Grand Blue right there, but it's going to be filled up right away. Yeah, we can see the combos coming in right now. Say hello back to Skull Dragon and Beatrice, and yeah, you mean Sabrai definitely has 1 more soul to utilize for that column combo, but you know, to be on very low damage right there. Yeah, Kaori just getting onto 3 in this turn, but Sabrai's deck is looking pretty compressed right there.
I mean, how many triggers are out?
Yeah,
like
that's a lot.
4 right there, 5.
I'm seeing 4 crits.
There's like 10 crits at least. But this is an easy guard. I'm surprised he's going for a double Skull Dragon as well, but maybe he saw the trigger and he's like, I need these Skull Dragons to pump through. It feels like playing a conservative turn, he can go for Ghost Ships instead to get the draw. But he decided to go for Skull Dragon. And this will probably, like, if Kaori decides to no guard here, he could just be dead, or go to 5 if a crit comes out, because you know crits are everywhere, right?
Yep.
And unfortunately not here. Unfortunately not here.
Yep.
But because you have 2 Skull Dragons, you are still punching through this. So it's it's just very hard to guard this. He takes 1, he goes to 4. The second attack. Is he gonna guard this? I don't know, man.
He can probably take it. Yeah, there we go.
He just goes to 5. Yeah. Now Kaori really has to rely on his next turn. He needs to triple drive a heal, or it just could be bad. You know. This is his second ride. He's got 2 force markers now.
He's got a comfortable hand size right there. I'm not seeing a lot of problem on Kaori's side.
He draws a perfect guard. That is very important.
We can kind of see it.
you gotta. The only way to stop those Skull Dragons with those perfect guards.
Perfect guards, yeah.
Yeah, I mean Sabre knows. Sabre could probably see it, but remember, if 4 Skull Dragons come out next turn, you need 4 Null Guards, and then something to guard the Night Rose. So it's not an easy task. It's not It's a pretty tall order. Those Skull Dragons are only going to get bigger because more cards are going to get milled.
But in itself, you can see. Okay, the key plan for Kaori right now, you know, boost your hand, try to push as many damage to your opponent, because I think, a correct method to go about right now is for the the depletion of the deck size. As you can see, Sabrai was counting the deck count just now. It was kind of looking like it's less than 10.
Yeah, there's not many, but it doesn't matter for Sabrai because he can just go, I will win next turn. Skull Dragons will take me home.
But no souls for Beatrice though, so you gotta work around that problem.
There is always the rewrite, right?
There's always the rewrite.
Always the rewrite.
The only correct way to go this,
Yeah. He could even go the old Skull Dragon Columbard route if he wants to too.
Yeah, definitely fine. Yeah. That's one way of looking at it as well. The problem is, of course, how many damage are you willing to take right now? And then, notwithstanding with the amount of cards left again in your deck, So Sabrai really has to be very meticulous right now. Gotta count how many cards are left, how many triggers are left, how many is going to come out this turn.
That's right. Yeah, he's got to be very careful. It has to be perfect, even. Right? Very perfect. Otherwise, he might just accidentally deck out. Remember, there are some draw triggers he runs, but if he can see them all out, he doesn't really need to fear. Again, you also have to remember you can put a bone back to the bottom of the deck to kind of save yourself. But he is putting down the protect marker right now. He doesn't want to randomly take a crit and then deck out. Right? It's the worst case scenario.
All right.
First check, second check. That is a heal.
That is
pretty big. Pretty big.
Huge.
That's one skull dragon that he can take. And the third check is a Lizelot. So nothing. We see also 2 heals are in
his
Carrie's hand.
Yeah.
And he can start Sabre can just start taking these damage. He doesn't have to worry about crits surprising him.
There's no trigger right there, right?
And will he guard this last one? Is the 2 damage the correct zone he wants to stay at? Keep in mind, Sabre is not running anything like Cutlass, right? The only counter charge he has available is the Jessie.
Jessie,
right? The Jessie.
yeah.
So
It's been consistent so far, so I think it's fine. Yeah,
it's been pretty good.
Pretty consistent.
I'm just wondering, does he have the re-ride? If he has the re-ride, then everything is safe. I also want to find out, like, how he's gonna get those 2 cards, like the 2 Skull Dragons in the initial push. Because you want to, like, I think you have to burn, but does he have 2 burn? Is he ready to go?
Is he ready to go for it? I think the deck is pretty compressed to see that there is at least 1 bone inside the drop zone right there.
Yeah.
Ooh,
he doesn't. He's just gonna take it. So he goes to 4. Right, he goes to 4.
The Chad.
Now,
the Chad.
Yeah, he draws for turn, and looks like he's discarding for the bone.
Yeah, there's no ride right
And
there.
I think
so
that's 1 Skull Dragon, right?
Yep.
Can he do another? I think, the cards go in from his hand. It's I think it's a quick shield. It's less a quick shield.
Quick shield. Yeah, it's a quick shield.
Wow, and with Skull Dragon right there as well.
Yeah,
playing
you don't
over.
need no quick shield.
Playing over that Beatrice, boosting with a Sea-Strolling Banshee.
The final turn of Sabrai, yeah? The final turn that we're going to be seeing.
And it could be
now.
the final turn for Kaori as well. Maybe a 6 damage. Can a 6 damage heal save him? His hand is quite big, but so are these Skull Dragons.
Yep, I'm counting 20 there.
That drop zone.
It's just going on. Yeah, it's just going on.
Yeah. Wow. It just doesn't end. Until now.
Quite a lot of triggers are there, actually.
You don't need triggers when your drop zone is this big. Alright. That center column is also hitting like that a decent number 2. It's like 35. Pretty nice, right?
Pretty nice, yeah. And in itself, you can actually still use Sea-Strolling Banshee if you want to at the end of the battle. But I don't think you want to go there. I don't think you want to go there.
I think we're pushing it there. Right.
Pushing it a little bit there.
I think he's doing the massive counts. He's counting the triggers. There's a lot of triggers.
A lot of triggers there. And then there's counting. There's like at least 1 inside the damage zone as well. I'm not sure about the counterblasted damage there. Yep, looking at it. Nope, it's not. Oh, that's a Cyril.
Wow. Does he have any hand, right?
Zero. Yeah, perfectly gunning for the final turn.
I mean, it's a very quick final turn.
Gotta be. This is to showcase that, I don't need anything else. My deck's depleted, my hand's depleted, but, I have my crew, I have my drop zone, and I have my Night Rose. That's all I need.
That's right. I mean, this is the AOA, right? If you're playing the AO region, you gotta play fast, right? Because
you gotta play fast. I like that.
That's right. This is the motto of the AO region. So Sabre definitely embraced it. He's he's probably the fastest one right here.
He's going through it very speedily, very efficiently, not wasting any time.
Yeah.
The data's gonna run out.
And Kaori, I think he's playing on the floor a bit. This is floor gaming right there.
Floor gaming right there, pretty awesome.
Oh, that's if you're squatting down like that, right? You also have to go fast because unless your knees are made of iron, right?
I mean, that's the thing about AO region and in itself Southeast Asia, okay? We were born, bred, and trained through that hell, of squatting down
That's
for
right.
hours on.
Carrie's ready to experience some skull dragon hell, bro. The second one is putting the lethal right here, and we're seeing a lot of cards being dropped. If he's 4-card guarding every skull dragon, I don't know. He's gonna be a very poor guy very soon.
Yep. But if he can last this, it's his victory. It's Kaori's victory right there.
And we got again the big skull dragon.
Ellie.
That is
crit, heal.
5-card guard. 5-card guard. Okay. And now this is the combo. I think he's gonna do the Columbard play, right? Because he has no soul.
Gotta be.
Yep. He hasn't used a Columbard this turn.
Definitely has the counterblast for it. There we go.
Surprise, surprise. That is the old way of doing it. And
he
mills one.
Down. Ooh, what is that? That is like a secret special spicy card.
Yes, he puts a face down so people knows what it is. And let's
that's a bone. Yeah, that's a bone.
Maybe it's a draw. Maybe he like milled away a draw trigger.
He did. 2 of his draw trigger is already out. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's already on the safe side.
He separated into 5 piles with 1 card each and letting his opponent pick his destiny. And he's going to call out another Skull Dragon. Now he's doing 35k guard, so he's going to 48. That is a 2 to pass, so that is a lot of confidence on Carrie's side in guarding the whole thing. But a crit comes out.
Right.
Oh, the maths.
The math is coming in, calculating the 1 out of 4 chances for that final trigger.
The maths is changing. What does he do? Carrie as well. His hand doesn't have a lot, but 2 nulls saves him. Where is he putting the crit power? He's putting it on the side. He's believing in the sides. And a second check is nothing. It's the correct choice.
That was a navigator right there. Yeah, it was correct choice. Oh,
there's 2 nulls.
Double nulls. Oh,
double null.
Okay, double null.
Oh, okay. Looking pretty good for Carrie now. He's. Well, I thought it was his hand, but also it's his drop zone.
Oh no, that's his drop zone right there.
Yeah, that's a huge hand.
The hand's depleted.
That's his hand. Only 2 cards in hand. But one's a Liesel, calls it to the null. That null goes back to his hand.
Final turn.
And I think it's Sabray's end here. He doesn't have enough to guard. All of these things are going to be hitting pretty big. This is 28. 1 damage. He can either.
Oh wait.
He can't even guard. He doesn't have enough deck to live. And here comes the verts. Triple drive. I don't think there's much you can do.
Rosa's coming out. Yeah, tears coming out. Clears coming out, but then I can definitely see tears coming out.
Second check.
Surprise.
Nothing.
And Sentinel
gets his last null. And Sabrai takes that 6 damage. And that is game. Kaori is the one player to go through the entirety of Swiss undefeated. Unfortunately, Sabrai ending in an X1, 7-1. But he is, I think, confirmed making it to top 8. So no worry, guys.
Definitely.
I know there's huge fans of Sabrai in the chat, right? Because just root for your friends, right? So he's definitely making it to day 2. So these 2 players definitely making it to day 2, but it just depends who they're gonna play. And it's likely, I think, Kaori's like first, and Sabrai is like what, second or third, right?
Second or third, yeah.
Yeah, if they keep on winning, they won't face each other until the finals.
Yeah.
So yeah, but actually,
revenge match.
Yeah, I think we saw Sabrai just destroy a lot of prisms. But we can see here that this prism survived because it's just a resilient, confident deck, right? That you don't want to mess with,
In itself, a lot of people are actually saying it in chat. Somebody should mention it to Kaori that their hand is visible. Who cares?
It's the flex. It's the flex.
Yeah,
he's showing you a hand, and he's still winning. He went undefeated, showing all of his hands to his opponents. So
the whole game,
game. That's like he's like, I don't care if I'm still winning. I'm still trucking home.
Full round champions.
Well, just show his hand to everyone, right? So
the undefeated playstyle. Yeah, you lull your opponents into a false sense of security, and wham.
Double null. Double null. Before my hand was big, double null. Game
Double
over.
null.
Yeah,
That was fun.
it'll be interesting to see the standings after this. I think there's still a few more games going on. But yeah, one Grand Blue making it. We thought it was going to be like 8 prisms. Massive prisms.
Massive prisms.
Yeah, prisms forever. But you know, the day is saved with a Grand Blue, guys. It's
And we're all still wondering, you know, is Murakumo surviving? Is it still there? Is it winning? You know, we're all curious on that, but you know, we'll get to it later.
Yeah, is a Murakumo making it to top 8? That'll be pretty cool, right? You know, one random Murakumo taking it.
The rogue deck, yeah, you know, the rogue deck just taking it all. You can see it now.
Yeah, it could happen. It could happen. Anything can happen in Cardfight Vanguard, right? So,
but it is the AO region. It is the Magallanica server right here. Yeah, you have Grand Blues. You have Bermuda Triangles. Sad to say, we don't have Aqua Forces.
Yeah, I mean, it had its time to shine in premium. Last week there was one Aqua Force that made it. So we're saying like Bermuda now. Grand Blue has been forever. And I guess you're saying Stoichea in standard.
So, Stoichea on standard though. We gotta really see, you know, what they gotta bring that A game next, you know, the next week come around.
The double A game maybe the B
double
game.
A game.
Yeah, you know, B is a pretty good letter to start with in standard. But another great thing that's happening right now that starts with a B is a break. So
it's a break.
That's right. We'll be right back. EU is starting again very soon, but we'll be right back with the standings for top 8. So catch you guys soon.
My name's Ron Manankil. Lots of people know me as Shiro Neko. I am the BSFO AO champion, and I topped with Blade Master. Yeah. Actually, I was already planning ahead of the Blade Master loop when Soen was announced. I already started visionizing the deck. The problem was securing some premium parts, which was mainly the Tempest Sphere and Zazan. And in the end, I didn't even get to use them because I wasn't able to secure a set of each because our shop here only had 2 boxes of premium collection. So we weren't able to really gather parts. And so preparing for the event, I was just watching videos on like WCC and Different Fights channel on the meta and thinking of how I can counter that without using the vanilla engine and doing the turbo engine. And in the end, I also thought of the mirror match because thinking of the meta, you're obviously gonna encounter your own meta deck, and so to take the meta into account, you have to really think of the mirror match too. So yeah, that's how I prepared for BSFO. I actually participated in BCS starting 2017. I wasn't really a competitive player back then because I was really busy with other things like school competitions and other fights. But yeah, those were the only ones that I joined because BSFO, Springfest rather, was not really in my place. It was in the main city in Manila, so I wasn't really able to participate with that. But BCS, I participated yearly starting from 2017. Well, I think I met a lot of interesting people, for sure. I met Kendo from Team Rising Dragons, and I met Derek Dow from WCC when he came here for BCS, and I also met I made many friends through BCS because there are some players that don't join weekly tournaments, but when a huge event comes, you suddenly see all these people pop up. I would also want to give a shout out, by the way, to the BCS 2019 champion. He's also a Cebuano. He's one of the only people I know from Cebu that also won a Bushiroad event. I want to give him love. His name is Vince Del Rosario. I think he deserves more love than me because he wasn't able to actually go to Japan due to personal reasons. So I want to give him the spotlight too. I think for BSFO I was kind of like I was scared at first to join because as you said it's through a webcam and like cheaters may pop up once or twice, but actually unexpectedly the judges were actually really well organized. They were monitoring the entire situation, and it was a pretty fun event actually. It was nice to participate through my own home, and I didn't have to go down or risk like getting COVID, especially now, to just join an event, which is really nice. It was really convenient. I posted in my Instagram story the progress through of like how the event went, and I was also watching the stream, so I could like study the other decks that were on stream. It was pretty fun to like see everyone react to the Instagram story because not a lot of people knew about the event here. So it's pretty nice to see like people react and stuff. Well, my advice for BRO, if you're a seasoned player, I suggest you study the meta since it's a pretty Wild West meta right now, and literally anything could happen. And for new players, I would say don't be scared. Just do your best, and it's a free tournament. You win, you lose, you don't lose anything, so it's alright. Just calm down, and I'm rooting for all of you. Follow me on, if you guys want to follow me on Instagram. It's Hello Ishiro. Just hit me up if you guys want to chat, hang out, or even play remote fight. So thank you and good luck to everyone. I hope to see you all, and I hope to see everyone in top 8 also. Well, not everyone, but yeah. I hope everyone does well.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot. I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent, you only see the hand, so you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
Hi, I'm Kalen Fallon. I'm the BSFO Vanguard Overdress winner for Europe. And the deck I used was Bruce. Lovely Bruce. Preparing for BSFO was mostly to do in a small friend group, because the fun thing about Standard at the time was the lack thereof, not based because of the format, but lack thereof matchups to learn against. And it takes less time to really develop and understand, hey, so in this I'm going to do this, and in this I'm not going to do this, which makes it feel a lot more like free and less diverse than what the other formats hold at the moment. Prior to BSFO, I've been playing in BCSs and team leagues since 2015, and in 2019 I got an invite to a World Finals for V Premium, and the continent that I normally play in is Europe. I love BCS. I am a huge fan of BCSs. Going out to events to meet people that you've, say, either known already or haven't seen in a while or only know via online. It's just that like whole community coming together that makes the Bushiroad events really, really satisfying and fun to go to. And generally just seeing all the different decks and different people just makes it just a lot of fun. Despite not being as community wholesome as BCS it's still incredibly fun, because you can still you still meet people like you'd never meet, because despite being stuck to your desk or the floor, you can meet anyone at any country. But like, so say you meet an American, you meet, this is in my case, an American, you meet someone in Australia, you'd never play against them like ever, or it's a lot more diverse. And honestly, it like kind of helps with the lack of in-person communication that is the only letdown I think of Remote Fight at the moment. And in between rounds, it means I can just go into a call with a bunch of friends, like mostly my local friends, and then we can talk about, hey, did you win? Did you lose? How did it go? My main advice is to try to broaden your player base. Obviously, this can range to say, if you're in a small country, you can always try to go out to different locals, because that's something I like to do, because going to different locals means you meet more people, you meet different type of decks. It leads to, like, say you'd never go against this deck unless you went here. So running into different decks means that you just get a bigger broad of like what to do when you go into a competitive. Obviously, if you're not in a small country, that just changes to like trying out different discords, because that's just the easier way to at home or just in general just meet more people and then just have more fun, I guess. Anyway, good luck to everyone else participating in Bro 2021, and I hope to see you there too.
Wow!
Now that Decklog is available, you can register your deck list for tournaments with ease. If you have not used Decklog before, no worries, we have a tutorial video. You can find both the links to Decklog and the tutorial in the description box. Now, due to the shenanigans from the last event, this time we will be introducing a new procedure into the tournament. We will be conducting spot checks by requesting a player in a room to show us that nobody is nearby to give them help, that there are no extra cards or suspicious items around. First, the players who will be checked are based on a highly scientific method employed by many entities and game designers all over the world. Hi player 456, you have been chosen for a spot check through a fair and impartial system.
Oh, I've been selected? Okay. So first of all, this is my table, and as you can see, I'm playing Lyrical Monasterio. I love Lyrical Monasterio so much because the characters are so pretty and so cute. Okay, now I'll show you my room. So hi, this is the room that I usually play Vanguard in, and as you can see, there's no one else here but me.
Okay, good, thank you.
I'd like to show you Vanguard collection. I've been playing Vanguard ever since the first release, and I also have my showcase here. I have G series, V series, and Overdress.
Thank you
Not
for
only that, I
cooperating.
love Weiss Schwarz as well. I play Persona 5, and I have a lot of other collection over here, as you can see. Very nice, I know. Thank you.
Good to know we have such an enthusiastic fan. Anyway, there have not been any incidents where we found players cheating with external help. But we hope this extra layer of precaution will deter any attempts, as well as reassuring all participants. On a side note, please do not use your phone during the tournament. This has been a rule for physical tournaments all along, and it is not any different for online tournaments. Players caught using their phone during a match is considered an infraction. First infraction, you get a warning. Second infraction, you get disqualified.
We meet again.
Yes, but this time it will be a different fight.
Oh! Guard! Over! Please don't heal, please don't heal, please don't heal!
And the championship goes to Chris!
Okay, yeah, that was a good fight. Thank you for the game.
That match was so close. Thank you so much for the game as well.
So Judge, when will this game be uploaded to the official Bushiroad YouTube channel? I want to show my friends like the epic fight I just had with Chris.
Oh yeah, I want to show my friends too.
Because one of you used a playmat with a yellow rat and a blue turtle?
Actually, it's closer to a tortoise than a turtle.
As we can't show merchandise that isn't from Bushiroad, we can't upload the match. During our last tournament, there were a number of exciting matches that we think players would love to watch. However, because unofficial merchandise were used, we couldn't upload the videos. Non-official Bushiroad merchandise are not allowed in tournaments. This includes card sleeves, playmats, and any other objects appearing in your video. Dragon Shield and Ultra Pro generic sleeves with no art are allowed. If you do not have an official Bushiroad playmat, you can buy one at our Bushiroad online store. You can find the link in the description box below. We have a lot of beautiful card sleeves and deck boxes, all of which are allowed in the tournament. And from now till December 10th, if you use my code, you'll get 5% discount, 5, for all TCG related products. Use the code BROTHER2021. That's brother, not brother. BROTER 2021. While stocks last. Okay, fine. You can also flip over your playmat and play on it.
Hi everyone! So in order to distinguish between offline and online tournaments, we have rebranded it to Bushiroad Rumble Online, BRO or BRO for short.
That's right. If this is your first time participating, we've created a video with some rules and do's and don'ts to take note of.
We've also included some links to useful videos such as how to shuffle and how to prepare for a remote fight. And the links to all these videos will be available in the description box below.
That's right. Please do take a look at the tournament page where there will be more detailed rules and information.
Alright, thank you!
Hope you guys have fun. See you there. Bye.
See you there! Bye bye! See you there, bro! Bro.
That's all we have for today's video, and I really hope you guys enjoyed it. During Bushiroad Springfest Online, we had a lot of players, both new and experienced veterans, come into some of their first online tournament experiences through Remote Fight, and we got to see some amazing narratives develop. Some people start new chapters in their competitive history, some people start playing competitively for the first time ever, and I can't wait to see how the stories and the narratives of these players will further develop throughout Bushiroad Rumble Online. In case you don't already know, I will actually be commentating all of the Vanguard stages for Bushiroad Rumble Online, so I can't wait to see you guys in the chat for the tournament.
This couch I got on sale. It was like very cheap and it's very good as well. So I recommend you guys to go and get it. Not only that, I have a lot of Bushiroad posters. I love Bushiroad games. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
Welcome back, everyone. It is the end of Swiss. Finally.
Yes.
Right. Again, long day, but there are only 8 players left that continue to tomorrow. And we can bring up the standings and take a look at who these players are. So, first of all, we have Mizuno Kaoru, who's playing Prism on stream just then. Winning the whole thing, like going to top 8, 8-0, undefeated, right? And second, we got, with an open hand.
With an open hand.
Second, we have Karan Patel playing, likely playing Luat. I don't see him playing anything else. I think it is. Then we've got Sabrier playing Grand Blue. He's been on stream 3 times actually. So pretty insane.
The most.
We've got Kevin Cho, WCC as well. He top 8'd Premium, now a top 8 at V. So he's in the same region as well. I think like Kevin's top the most in AO region. This is like his region. But let's see if he can take it. Let's see if he can take it home tomorrow. Actually, he's got Prism, and then we've got Man Long making 7-1 as well. We have 0315, and he's I think he's the Murakumo player, right? So,
yep. No, Zero. Yeah, Zero is the Murakumo player.
So we have a Murakumo player here. Then we got GG's. I think he's on Bermuda Triangle as well.
Yeah, Prism. Yeah.
Prism, and then Andre Lee, and he's on the. He should be on the Prism train as well.
Yeah.
So a lot of prisms. There's a lot of prisms, but there's several of them that are not running Prism. So we got like 1 Luad, 1 Grand Blue, and one Murakumo. So 3 of those are unique, but the rest of them are running Prism. So 5 Prisms in the top cut. So that sounds exciting. We can go to the next page and see who missed out. So Saram, unfortunately, 9th place, just bubbled out. And then we have Kelvin there, unfortunately, as well, bubbled out too. Gabriel, Chalice, a lot of famous names. Cyber Coping,
Darcy.
Also 13th place, the unlucky number. Darcy as well, doesn't play much Vanguard, but when he did, he bubbled out, unfortunate. D-Gallop and Hexcath also at that 6-2, so the top 16 was there. Let's go take a look at the bracket, guys. What do you think?
All right. I'm excited for this. Let's look at Prism versus Prism.
Yes, Prism versus Prism. Now, who is the best Prism?
Yeah, then we got Kevin Cho versus Man Long, another Prism matchup. So all the Prisms getting shoved up to the top of the bracket. We got Karen Patel playing the only Prism at the bottom of the bracket. So that's a Luad versus Prism matchup. And then we got the Sabrier versus 0315.
Murakumo.
Murakumo versus Grand Blue. The only matchup I'd say for Sabrier that is a bad matchup. Would you say?
Very bad matchup. Yeah.
But it's Cardfight Vanguard. It's hard to say. Anything goes.
Yeah,
that's right.
The Murakumo though, I mean, it's like, gotta be rooting for that one.
He's got a long way to go, guys. A lot of prisons. So yeah, very, very interesting day. At some point, all the undefeateds were all prisons, but then it became a bit of everything, right? More diverse than you think. What do you say, guys? Leon, how about you? You start. You just came on.
Well, This is definitely a lot interesting because there are a lot of Prism players going on, but each of them has their own variation, their own kind of play style. It's like they're not exactly identical to each other either, so that's really nice to know. Each have their own unique features and the way that the player themselves plays it. And of course, that one-time Murakumo, as well as the Shadow Paladin, and then we also have the Grand Blue that all made it to the top. That congratulations, everyone. Yep.
Yeah. What about you, Yuma? Your thoughts?
Well, I mean, it's insane. We kind of guessed that Prism is going to be topping right here, but I kind of felt a bit sad, predicted that Angel Feather is going to go up.
Yeah,
no Angel Feather.
Where were they?
Where were they? We didn't see any one of those.
I mean, multi-attacks.
Yeah. Well, if you guys want to find the Angel Feathers, there's definitely some floating around in the EU region, and that is happening right now. As we speak. So we will be raiding the EU stream. So strap yourselves in, get some drinks. Any last words, guys, before tomorrow we come back for the top 8? So any last words before we kind of go through the...
Well, me? Well, I can only say you gotta strap in because you guys are in for a while, right? Considering how intense everybody is up on the top 8 as well as the upcoming EU side as well. Remember to grab your popcorns for those because those are gonna be intense. How about you, Amma?
Well, I gotta say first and foremost, thank you to our judges. You know, they've been it's been a spicy day, you know, so many things happening around. You know, we're just thankful to have them. Kenneth, you've been on the stream table from start to finish. Thank you so much, buddy. And to everyone else that joined in AU, you know, don't give up hope. EU is happening right now. NA is happening, you know, right after. You know, you can't miss it, everybody. We're gonna be with you every step of the way. Am I right, guys?
Yes.
Right. That's right. So yeah, that's it from us. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place for the top cuts, and it should be great, guys. Should be awesome. So, guys, let's wrap it up and head over to Europe.
We gotta go.
Right.
Yeah, we gotta go to Europe.
Got my tickets. Let's
Kai,
go.
you have a game, Kai.
Yeah, I'll see you there in the game.
Yeah, we definitely have to.
This guy, mad lad.
Unstoppable, guys.
Unstoppable. Let's go.
Let's go.